morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, renders continue. And in particular, one piece that I remembered, I forgot to sort out, is layer sorting of the shoulder pads. Like, I think I have the head sorted out. I think I'm happy with that. But I'm less confident about the shoulder pads. And there's one animation in particular that really makes me worried about it. This one. Right about here, reviewing from this angle, shoulder pad needs to be behind the hand and the arm, but in front of the collar. So, this calls into question, how can I even potentially do that? Or is it even gonna matter? And the simple answer is, I don't know. Because I can't create a shoulder knockout because, one, I'm going to give the player the option to not have a shoulder pad. So having a knockout for that is just not an option. Alternatively, I create a knockout out of the other stuff for the shoulder pad, which is what I'm going to test today first, after we do startup, of course. Oh, that's not. All right. There we go. Yeah, and separate note altogether, 5 renders happened back to back. No crashing, no issues whatsoever. It made all those files, which is awesome. I will have to go in and figure out what the names of all these are, but the major point is it happened. I did have to make sure everything on the PC was closed before starting, though. I guess I didn't test every permutation of this, but yeah. What? This surface right here is something I'm gonna have to look for in those images. This one is not have the knockouts. Neither does this one. What happened here then? Maybe I'm getting just the right angle that not showing up. Or when I set up the render, I did it wrong. Oh wait, maybe it's fine because I also included this. Anyway, let's do startup. Give people time to get in here. And it's about time for a new event to pop on Wuthering Waves. We've had the existing events for quite a while. Let's see, I tried a little bit more of Genshin's new mode, the, what's that called? Stygian Onslaught? Something like that. And it's awful. I hate it. The difficulty is absolutely obscene. Oh, give me a second, guys. Just a second. Every once in a while they want you to re-log in. There we go. We still have double tacit field drops. Man, he is nasty powerful. Speaking of which, good try for another copy, technically. Do we know who's coming out next? We have to, right? Upcoming. How do you spell that? Not the way I spelled it. Whatever I did, it's definitely wrong. And if I spelled it the other way, the universe would rewrite to make me wrong. Don't worry. We're getting Lupa. Ah. Character that I will almost certainly not care about. Okay, so 6 characters region. Lupa gameplay. Is there any promo material out for her yet? Because if I am not going to care about her at all, I'm going to go ahead and throw these 10 wishes onto the Cardathia banner. So far, super flashy, but nothing that I distinctly care about. Okay, she's all about chaining and whatnot. Damage bonus. Granting another 6% bonus to all resonators on the team. Up to 18%. So she's a universal buffer? I don't know what these websites are, but they have her kit listed. I want to know. Where's that 18% talked about? Not here. 6%? Not listed. Next character to appear gains 20% fusion buff and 25% basic attack amplifier. Whole team is strengthened after releasing Liberation. Lupa will come to the field from the backstage to assist in output for 5 seconds. Interesting. Okay. I don't typically care for fusion characters, so I'm gonna get greedy and try. No. That's okay. Because that was 10 more of this currency. So we are getting ever closer to another guaranteed copy. As much as I would love to spend all of them on this, 20 pulls is absolutely not worth it. That's 45 pulls for a guaranteed here, which is just so much more worth it. Now, where were we? I'm getting to the point that I just don't even want to transform with her, because I don't think I'm gaining much from it. Oh right, it's Monday. How are we on pity for this? I imagine not that close. Yeah, no. We're at 45 out of 80. Not close enough to start doing one-off pulls. Nice. And done. Should I go ahead and do this today? You know what? I'm planning a long day anyway. So let's go ahead. This is like 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm thinking today is going to be a longer stream. I haven't decided how long yet, but we shall see. I kind of want to accelerate some of the rendering so I can get to building the code side of it over in Godot today. Not sure how much of that'll get done, but yeah, definitely realizing that there's a reason nobody's really done what I'm doing for. At least certainly not on... in the scope of how I'm doing it. Like, with simpler sprites, there's obvious ways to do what I'm trying to do. The other way to do it is to store 3D models within your game and then just render them as 2D. Another much easier way to do this. But if I want to keep my download sizes smaller and keep things more performant on things like mobile for the future, I can't be doing that. Then in status, conserve energy. Getting enemies, increases max HP. Yes, please. For skill, don't care. Active resonator, defeat enemy. Yep. Defeating enemy restores energy. Can't afford that one. Go. Easy peasy. So much damage. Oh, definitely that. Do I have anything to spend? Not sure.
Has arrived.
Lame. Give me a bunch of extra cats here, please. Okay. After sound conch is always good.
I stand ready. Command healing. Appear. This doesn't sound like a good bargain.
Oh, just money. Reduce lucid dream status duration with greatly increased attack. Oh, restore energy with basic attacks. Yes, please.
The Knight's challenge has arrived.
Greatly increased heavy attack damage. Don't care. Increasing max HP.
The trial isn't over yet.
And not having ranged attacks in this mode is not great. All of those were awful.
Appear The knight's challenge has arrived. True form revealed at last.
The haunting whispers return.
And done. Ooh. Quite a bit of damage, though. Greatly increased crit rate.
I stand ready.
That's fun. Let my healer take care of it. So slow, but so easy.
Appear rejuvenating snow. The knight's challenge has arrived.
We got... Ooh. More stacking HP. The damage is not stacking as high as I expected right now. Woohoo! Okay. Dealing damage increases damage. I like that. Basic attacks restore energy. Oh! Medic kit. Absolutely. I am now invincible. My favorite. Store energy. Increase attack. Guess I want the energy. Or reduce duration, but increase max HP. Yes, please. Take damage, increase one attack for every 10 lost. Oh, and I've got the max HP loss buffs thing as well. Frame status. Crit rate becomes crit damage. Sure. Basic attack speed, always. Attack doubled, but becomes fixed. Oh. Attack speed. Sure. Oh, nope, we're done.
The knight's challenge
as tempting as it is to try this, it's never been worthwhile. Slightly reduce. I think that'll be okay. I've got tons of HP built up anyway.
Now presenting a poem of finale.
What? Oh, there she is.
Too reckless.
I saw those leftover damage numbers on the other side. I got very confused.
If it's a duel you want, purge the impure. Free oceans. Bow before me.
And now easy mode. Because I don't think she can do enough damage to outdo my healing from just auto-attacking.
Atonement.
Where's my fireballs? There they are.
Torrents. Rage on. Atonement. Exonerate. Salvation.
Yep, even during this where it's supposed to be like you have to dodge, I just don't even need to care with all that healing.
Atonement. Salvation.
Man, but things did not stack up nearly as much this time around. Obviously, I'm safer than usual because of all the healing, but I'm wondering if HP buffs don't affect the fireball, even if your attacks scale with HP. So, like, if you're going with the fireball build, I think you need to stack attack regardless of your character's scaling. I don't know, but it would make a lot of sense. Oh no, I forgot to get a character with the bonus. Oh well. I can do like a half run at some point. And since I have absolutely no care for the new character coming up, we're putting every single bit into this. Oh? Do we get it? Nope. That's fine. Oh yeah, she's a little punchy girl. Would love to have a new healer, but don't see that happening anytime soon.
I shall have no one tarnishing understood. I am here to serve your will.
Yeah, I need to just save up and get Shorekeeper the next time she rolls around. I should have picked her up in the recent banners that she was on. But for whatever reason, I did not. The one thing I am thankful for, and this is going to sound weird, is that there's so many characters that I just do not care to have in this game. Interestingly, I do have all of the 4 stars, it looks like. But, like, up here, Lupa, Zanny, Cantarella, Brant, Roxia, Melia, Chong-Li, I'm not gonna say Jinxie, and Chong-Li. All of those, I just have no desire to have them on my account. If at some point I have like all the characters I care about maxed out, maybe I'll try and get some of those. But I have no interest in playing any of them for sure. Which means it's a lot easier to get all the characters I want, because there's a ton I don't want. Whereas over on Genshin, I want all the characters, and so like I can't go for weapons usually. I can't get constellations and stuff like that. I want to see something real quick, very briefly. Who are all of the, quote, healers in Wuthering Waves? Tier list might have the info I want. Right. I have no idea what group owns or builds Pridewind, but this site is kind of amazing for most gachas. Let's see, supports. Doorkeeper and Arena. I don't know about that. Those two are healers. Wait, Brant can heal? I don't know if I believe that. But even if he can, I'm never playing him. Arrow Rover we know has some heal. Not a ton though. Spectra Rover. Oh, you need C6 for heal? No. Oh, I think they're just listing C6 because it's free. So why wouldn't you list C6? This tier list doesn't tell me anything about what role these characters are. Wait. Gohu can act as a healer? Interesting. Anyway. Let's figure out what all these are named. Ah, this is a broken one. Broken. Having trouble telling which one this is. That, I think, answers that. This is front layer bow. Bow, wizard robe, top. Is also the bow. But this is a faulty lower. Yep. Yep, that one's bad. This is bow, wizard robe, bottom. And something I definitely want to test here. I need to test putting the regular head on top of this. So what are the things I want to render for testing today? Bow. Head. Bow. Wizard shoulder. Bar. And I think that's everything. Do I want to go ahead and render things like the fake neck and a helmet. Those are going to operate a bit differently. Ooh. Helmet is also a problem here. Yeah, I need to test helmet. Man. Certainly not making it easy on myself. So looks wrong, but I think it is correct. Oh wait, this is the bottom layer anyway. Yeah, this is bow lower. Cut 5. Or Sprite sheet 5. Okay, which one is this? This is going to be a top layer. Wizard Rogue bow. But I already have that. These are not the same. Why are these not the same? Just in case, we'll save it. Just in case. This. I have no idea. But that's why I have config file. Double sword, apparently. All of these are messed up. Because I'm an idiot. Yep, I'm an idiot. Luckily, I am getting these ironed out. So that's something. Two-handed sword victory. Why can't these just be simple? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wand, unarmed, two-handed sword, spear, or body, double sword, bow. 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Man. Now, what frames am I actually getting in the victory? I'm getting 8 frames. Every 6 frames. So this up, up, up. Hmm. I'll have to do some funny business in Godot to make this one work. But I messed up all of those. But at least I've got one stance that's working. Okay, and let's get some of these renders set up. Using knockouts, I need bow head. Good. Now, decision time. Am I including hair in the same sprite sheet? I think I probably should. So I had a reason for not wanting to do that. What was it? Yeah, I want them together. Okay, that's the one we'll be doing right now. And... okay, so the mouth disappears on that one. Mouth has also disappeared on that one. They're basically identical. I think the thing I want to look at is which has more distinct blush color. This one's fairly distinct. And this one... it's present. I'm not sure how present. Oh wait, these are not the same size. Not the same position, or like... let's try that again. Very distinct nose. Eyes look pretty okay. Nose is a little less defined. The eye render is not as good. Let's do a test. So I can see these side by side for multiple frames. One angle. Just one action. 8 frames. Do it. And whichever of these looks best across these 8 frames, that's what I'm running with, and I'm no longer second guessing myself. Okay. Second one's better on this. I think I can match either of the blushes about the same. The nose disappears on this one. Don't love that. Let's just go point-based. So, negatives will be up, positives will be down. 1, 0. Those are basically both bad. -1. Both are bad. Both are bad. Let's say -2 on that one. -3. Okay. That answers it. That answers it. We will go with this face, but I'm making a change. Head parts, base color. How do I do this? Here's what I can do. Let's desaturate it first. And then apply that. Oh, no, that doesn't. How do I do the thing I want to do? Help! That looks awful. So this is 40 red, 20 green, a little bit of blue. Let's double it. 80, 40, 20. Okay, we're kind of maybe getting some. Not really. Hmm. Hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. better. That's probably close enough. Right? Maybe that's... Maybe that works. I need to remember that it needs to be more distinct than it would normally be. Because when it downsizes, everything gets blurred. Let's try it. Ten times better. Let's see all 8 frames. And since we've got another rendering day, that was fast enough. Perfect. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So, we are doing bow head. that all I need? I think so. Eight angles. Do it. Yeah. The main thing I need right now is to just level up. Sun Temple is probably the place to do that. Plus, I need to catch, the, like, lizard spearman. For some reason, I'm thinking its name is something like Aomori? Imori. There we go. Oh, these are level 21. They're not primed for leveling up. But I do still need to catch them. Or hatch them. Nice. I want to find... Woohoo. Ouch. Very nice. Extra poison for free. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. It's all crits. Win this turn. It is not all crits. But I did pretty good. Oh, fine. Did not want to have to use that full turn, but oh well. Or Moria, nice. I don't have a Ninki Nanka. I don't think. Nope. See if we can get a praying mantis. or whatever they're called. What are they called? Blade Widow. Ah. Burn, please. Yeah. Yee. So violent. No burn. Flame. Uh-oh. That's not good. But we're fine. Good there, and good here. Would have been nice to have one extra crit, but... Blade Widow? Blade Widow egg! Nice. Grab ourselves a Ninki Nanka from somewhere. No idea where to find one, though. How's that render doing? I think it might be done by now. Nope. Then again, I did multiply the number of renders by 40. That makes sense. Ooh, Tanuki. A lot of crits, please. Yes! Nice! Love it. Oh, I got rid of the regen. That's something. Bunch of crits and burn? Nope. Five, and I got a Tanuki egg. Nice. Still have no idea what to do here. Unless one of these guys can solve that problem. Mori. Still running. Sure, we'll have ChatGPT name for us again. Pretend you are playing Monster Sanctuary. Mori hatched. What name? Take Shido, slip scale. Make it funny. Lame. You can do better. I am noticing some clear patterns. For this name, more lizard focused. Salamandude is decent. Lick Jagger. I might have to keep that if we have another. I'm gonna keep that. Oh, not bad. Leonardo da Gecko. Slizardo da Vinci. No. But Salamandude will work. Good enough. Blade Widow. Blade Widow hatched. Stabby Spider Lady. Blade Widow is a praying mantis, not a spider. Chopra Winfrey. That is a choice and a half. Freyance. Mantidepressant? Oh my. I see where it came up with Mantis Everdeen. It doesn't work, but I see what it's going for. Do better. Lopper. Lady Gaga. Oh my god. We're done. We're done. Lady Gaga is good. How do I tell it to, like, remember this? Make future suggestions. Use this sense of humor. Oh. Can now reference recent chats, but you can still manage individual save memory. Interesting. Huh. I'm learning. I'm learning how to use AI. Sort of. Lady Gaga's pretty excellent. Tanuki Hatch. Ooh. Trasha Nova is pretty excellent. For those who are not familiar with where it's getting this, it's combining Casanova with one of the nicknames we have for raccoons in America, which is trash pandas. Not bad. Shifty Scent. Scaminem. The Nucleeks? No. Honestly, Trasha Nova's pretty good. Alright, what abilities do you guys have? Are you gonna help me? Ignite, useless. Slash, useless. Summon Mushroom, absolutely useless. Alright. You guys are not gonna help me. Oop, 3 of you, meaning a very good chance of getting an egg. Or only 1? Garbage. Dang, didn't proc poison or burn. Good, shock on everyone, that's what I like to see. And that one's done. Perfect! Rocked poison exactly where I wanted it. I might get 5-star on this one. Yep, 5-star. Oh, 6-star. Ooh. Fancy. What do you got for me? Persona non grata. Vulpix Morgan. What? Al Pacino. It definitely doesn't know what a Ninky is. Let's tell it Ninky is a large lizard. Sauron Solo? Wait, what? Taylor Swift? Oh, that is a different spelling of Taylor. Eclipse now. Reptile dysfunction is awful. I hate it. Lame. Shed Sheeran is not bad. Shed Sheeran, there we go. That's what we're doing with. We're still going. Earth orbs at a range. Man, this does not want to give me ranged water. Because that's what I need to solve this, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have ranged water with something here. Slime shot. But it just shoots over it. So I don't know what to do with that, and that, like, what do I do? It's garbage. Maybe I should go see what I can evolve. Yeah, it sounds like a good choice. Okay, so this list just shows things that I've beaten, not things that I've acquired. So is there anything big that I've missed? Yeah. At some point, it wouldn't be a bad idea to find out what the rare loot for all of these are. Render done. Nice. That's definitely not the program I wanted. Yeah, I don't know if this will work the way I'm thinking, but nothing to do but to try. Okay, what is my next step? Wizard Shoulder L. Okay. Don't need you. You. Excuse me. And I need knockouts. Yes, I do need knockouts. That looks good. Okay, more renders. Just goes on and on and on. What can we upgrade? Ooh, yes please. Heals, shields, and buffs are now affected by Sidekick. Ooh hoo hoo hoo. I wonder if that means... Ooh, I should have gotten this. I wonder if that means the passive here also will apply extra buffs when it does that. I don't know. Random buff and landing a crit. Don't really care. Ooh. All monsters receive less damage from multi-target. I like that. This one's basically irrelevant. Do I need to get down to this? Monsters that receive... This monster can receive an additional stack of buffs. Extra proc when you crit. Okay. Extra crit rate from equipment. Not a bad one. Ooh, I should definitely be focusing on this. Absolutely. Does this guy have access to that same thing? No. Weird. Burn can stack. That's probably worth it. Oh, wait. Applying burn or chill at the beginning of combat would be very nice. Let's not do stacking burn yet. Instead, chill causes attacks against to have 10% increased crit chance. Let's see. Or I could get more crit damage. Kind of great. There's so many good choices. Okay. Randomly apply chill to an enemy, which is going to be great for champions. And let's go ahead and get this. I've been sleeping on this skill for a while now. Honestly, I kind of want to replace Slime King. He's probably my weakest character. Work. Age. Scale. Am I gonna make this guy more physical or magic focused? Probably more magic. Even though I clearly built him for physical there. Let him aid. And... sure, we'll do that. All monsters deal more damage. That's excellent. See less damage from AoE. Whenever another monster in your party is healed, this monster has a 5% chance to get healed by the same amount. Interesting. Yeah, let's go ahead and get... wait. Yeah, I want that. Plus multi-regeneration. come up soon enough. What was the other skill I learned? This? Yeah. Okay. Okay, who can we evolve? Guard of Winter. Who could that maybe work? Nobody. Okay, no idea who that works with. Magical Clay. Sunstone, maybe? I have no idea who this could even potentially work with. Ah. Fizzle Knight. What do you do? Same thing. Alright. Volcanic Ash. Which one of you do I want to evolve? Because I think I know who that one is. Buzz Lightfear or Lumen Larry? Definitely Buzz Lightfear. And what do you? Same thing. Dang it. Coon, we've already evolved. Shard of Winter and Magical Clay. Yeah, you're not going to tell me. Render is still going. So we're just going to ask the internet. Monsters 3. Talk to me. What are these for? Wait, Magical Clay is for Ninki Namka? Alright. And I don't have most of the other stuff. Alright. Those items don't really make sense to me for those monsters, but sure. And what do you two do? Okay, ice orbs. Ooh. I think that just solved this problem. This is the wrong place. Right. What? What? Oh, that's for earth orbs, not for water orbs. You know, that it really helps to read. Reading is a fantastic skill. It would really help if I had it. Sure, let's progress the story into something. Hooray! Lava has gone down. Oh, I need to get the goblin miner on the team. Nice. Crits? Yeah, that's what I like to see. We go for Poison Cloud or Poison Bomb. Probably Poison Bomb. And next turn I win. I will have to use all 3 attacks though. Maybe not. Arrgh. I need AoE on these guys. Lava room is back this way. Remember why? Oh, it's a door. Oh, right. I need to keep forgetting to do this. Okay, what are you all about? Applying a debuff, 50% chance of another debuff. That's cool. That barrier to self. Increase all equipment stats by 15% for allied goblins. That's nutty. Does he have the buff ally thing? Ooh. Fire's level 20. Oh wow, I forgot he's way under level. Just make sure he can get down the tree first. Now what do I want? Whenever an allied monster gains a charge stack, it has a 5% chance to also gain Glory, Spell Shield, or Regenerate. Don't care. Building Self makes you apply shield to ally. Ooh. Nice. Applying a debuff, applies another debuff. Love that. Oh, I should actually not spend all of my points because I'm about to unlock the next tier in one level. This monster gets attacked. 50% chance of armor break. Yeah. Field actions apply 1 charge back per shield. Yeah, let's save points. Don't really get what the purpose of his kit is, though. Like, what is he building toward as, like, focus? Build the team. Reduce damage from debuffed enemies. Hey! Let's double check it real quick. Not you. Just a itty bit there. Okay. Now let's get the other shoulder pad. And this should get me enough pieces to start working in Godot. While I do renders off stream. Need to start getting down this tree too, don't I? Earth attacks have higher crit chance. Maybe not. Yeah, there's nothing super high priority down there anyway. So, get some crit rate. Aha, you can now age. Yeah, I need to catch one of those too. And I have an absolutely awful name for him whenever I get one. Lame. Oof. Seriously? I might have to run. Okay, nothing too scary there. That is scary. Nice. Okay, we're in business again. Oh, it'll be nice to be in a spot on renders where we can just spend our days coding again. It's been such a long time since I've just done a coding day. Will it be enough? Yes. Hey there, Tofu. No, this is not my game. This is the game I am playing while I wait for renders. Today is another rendering day. But I now have a game plan for getting enough renders sooner so I can get back to coding on stream. And rendering in batches is now automated, so that can get done while I'm not online. I don't want to... Oh, wait. I've got to remember I've got this guy. Why do you have slaves? Only if you consider Pokemon to be slaves. They are in this game. They're absolutely Pokemon in this game. Strangely humanoid? Sir, if we're going to talk about strangely humanoid Pokemon, Hmm. Hmm. Is Mr. Mime more or less humanoid than a goblin? Is it ethical to own a Mr. Mime or other humanoid Pokemon? Well, I think you're getting into a general question of, is it ethical to own another creature? I would say it's probably morally neutral. But the question of humanoid versus non-humanoid, I think, is basically irrelevant. Because owning a dog versus owning a marmoset, for instance, I don't see those as distinctly different. And within the context of Pokemon, a Mr. Mime is no more or less intelligent than a Pidgey. And most people, I think, would agree there's no moral quandary with owning a bird. And of course, chat gets me into discussing the ethics of owning creatures. How intelligent are these goblins? I have no idea. They do not speak. But if the question is intelligence, well, in the Pokemon universe, all Pokemon are capable of understanding speech. They wear clothes and have culture? So do... Hold on. If the metric is have culture and can use tools, crows meet your definition there. Like real life crows. The question isn't whether you own crows in real life. The question is whether or not it's ethical to own a crow in real life. At least that was your question. And for me, I find it much more interesting to make you guys in chat think about these things rather than just try to provide an answer, because my answer is going to probably be pretty irrelevant to you guys, since what's more interesting for you is how you consider it. I know it's super hilarious / interesting. I wouldn't use the word hilarious just because I think that devalues the consideration. I think it's a very valid question. So the point you brought up about tools specifically that I find interesting is most mammals use some form of tools. Most. So if the distinction of owning tools is enough to say that it's no longer moral to own a creature, well, I think you've got to rule out dogs. Probably got to rule out cats. You have to rule out owning most fish. All birds are just out immediately. Okay, I think there's also levels of owning. Oh, like degrees? That's a fair point. Like, parents own their children, but as they age, they gain more independence. That I would agree with. I think that's a very valid point. So this begs the question, does the ability to use tools change the maximum degree to which you are allowed to own something, morally speaking? That's an interesting question. And I don't know an answer to that one. I haven't ever thought about that. Good question, chat. And the render's still going. Man. Oh, this is what happens when you queue up like 80 renders at a time. I think tool usage relates to sentience. Assuming you mean sentience rather than sentience, because most people do when they say that. Maybe. I don't know. That's not the thing I want. Word meaning sense of self. What is the word? Because sentience isn't the same thing. Like, sentience, literally speaking, is just the capacity to experience feelings and sensations. Which, I don't think that's what we're talking about. Maybe the awareness of ownership is related to the morality of it. A dog doesn't know I own it. Huh. So, if we're going to analyze that, the thing we want to do is now take it to the opposite extreme to try and disprove that claim. So, let's pretend we have a human that, for some reason, is not capable of understanding that you own it. Is it now ethical to own that human? I would say probably not. For example, if a human has some sort of developmental disorder and just isn't able to conceptualize the idea of owning a person, I wouldn't say that it is then ethical to own that person. But in a sense, though, yes, for those with severe disabilities, there are guardianship and caretakers that essentially own them. Not in an immoral sense, but in a responsibility sense. That's a strong argument. That is an extremely strong argument. Dude, you need to hang out here more. This is amazing. This is very thought-provoking. Huh. This actually brings about an argument that in specific circumstances, owning another individual is more moral than not, potentially. I'm not saying I agree with it yet. It's something to consider, though. Holy cow, dude. That's a real strong argument. I was not ready for that. Like, I thought I had a decent idea of where this was going, and you just, ooh. I gotta think about that. And the question is, what does it mean to own a person in that situation? Because maybe ownership isn't even the right way to describe what's happening there. And I guess part of the question here is we might need to back up and just define the term ownership. Since there are different levels of ownership, and the government typically protects certain levels of autonomy. Like with children, it's illegal to force them to work. So interestingly, no, it's not. It is illegal for non-parents to force them to work. So, at least in the United States, I don't know about the laws elsewhere, but in the United States, parents can absolutely force their children to work. The prime example of this exception is forcing your children to work for your company. Yeah, no, there is a clear exception in the law working for your parents. Your parents can require you to work for them. And part of the reason this is an obvious exception is your parents can force you to do chores around the house, and it's not illegal. And that is work. If there was a law against forcing children to work universally, then parents could not require their children to do chores, legally speaking. It's oh god. It's time to start a company and adopt a ton of kids. That gets into a very, very different legal issue. Because adopting with the expressed purpose of exploiting for labor obviously runs into a different legal area. Now, the question of morality, when it comes to forcing your own children to work for you, I don't think there's a clear problem with that. Because that can certainly be a mechanism for raising a child and teaching specific things, which is, of course, a moral requirement of a parent. Like, I think we would both agree that a parent not teaching their children or raising their children, and I'm not saying what specifically they are raising them in regard to or teaching them, just that teaching is occurring, I would argue, is a moral imperative. Like, you are failing as a parent if you don't do that. And so, I think that's part of why you cannot remove the ability on a moral sense for parents to force their children to work. Sometimes laws are very gray area. So, I don't like the way the term gray area is used in discussion. Because I think most people use it as a way to say, oh, this is a gray area, and then just stop thinking about it. Because in any given situation, I would argue there is a moral and immoral choice to be made, unless it's a strictly non-moral decision. So like, the color of shoes you choose to put on in the morning. That's not a moral decision. But for anything where there is morality to consider, I would argue there is a right and wrong. And when people say gray area, I don't think it means it's ambiguous. I think it just means it requires more consideration. And I don't think people commonly use that term in the way I'm describing it. And I think that's doing a disservice to themselves. Sometimes laws can perfectly delineate things, like, for example, cruel and or cannot perfectly delineate things. Like, for example, cruel and unusual punishment. It's subjective and requires a judge. So the law being unclear, I don't, just because the law is unclear, like that's a separate discussion from what I'm talking about of whether something is morally gray. Like, a law being ambiguous doesn't change whether a given situation is ambiguous. Like, the specific instance is the specific instance. And so, I don't think it's valid to just say, I don't think it's ever valid to say a specific example of something is itself ambiguous. But I think the law is written to be ambiguous because the underlying thing is morally gray. So as long as we're agreeing on my definition of morally gray, I agree with your statement. Which my definition, just to reiterate, is something that is morally gray if it requires a deeper level of consideration. Where it's not just obvious what the right or wrong is. Okay. Then, so the law is written to be ambiguous. So this is an interesting one, because there are a few different grounds by which a judge in the United States and in common law is allowed to strike down a law, meaning rule it to be invalid. The most basic one in the United States that most people know is if something is unconstitutional, meaning it violates some aspect of the US Constitution, or for state laws, if it violates the state constitution, then it can be ruled invalid. The other most commonly used reason to invalidate a law is ambiguity. If a law is too ambiguous, then a judge can say, sorry, this is so ambiguous that its application would be arbitrary, therefore it's not a valid law. So at least within common law, I don't think I would agree that laws are designed to be ambiguous. And part of that goes with one of the basic concepts of common law, which is you, as an individual being governed by a law, should be able to understand that law based on how it's written. So specifically, cruel and unusual punishment, you consider that ambiguous or not? So this is an interesting one because keep in mind we are specifically talking US law in this case, and the term cruel and unusual punishment is not used in the context of laws. It is used in the context of an amendment that defines a civil right. And I think it is probably valid to have rights be intentionally ambiguous, because that broadens their application. And so the level of ambiguity of a right may be intentional in order to prevent a wide array of infringements upon that right. Not a legal expert here, just a random dev. Me too, bro. But hey, if you bring up a topic like this, I will absolutely dive in because this is fun. Yay, poison. Yeah, so I think there was an unintentional conflation on your part there between a right and a law, and I think they intentionally serve different purposes, and because they serve different purposes, are going to have different construction. Now, but we could, if you want, get into a separate discussion of should rights be ambiguous. But I'm not sure we want to try and bring that into this wider discussion, which has already gone into a lot of areas. And these have a lot of health. What level are these? Oh, that's why I'm struggling. They're level 29. Sure, so laws shouldn't be ambiguous, basically. I agree. If only so that the people governed by a law can know what they're being governed by, like what the rules of engagement are with a society. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. But if I can get rid of 2 slimes, I should be safe. Okay, good. Yeah, and I would argue not just the written law, I would also say the spirit of the law and the interpretation of the law under the courts should always be specific. Or non-ambiguous. Specific isn't quite the right word, but non-ambiguous. So to bring it back, there has to be very specific laws that protect the rights of individuals. So laws cannot... So now we have to delineate between negative and positive rights. And there's a lot of really, really smart philosophy people you can find on YouTube and whatnot that delve into these things a lot deeper than I'm capable of. And highly recommend finding a bunch of those if you're interested in breaking this down further. So let's only talk about negative rights for now. Positive rights are a very separate discussion that have a lot more that you have to bring in. So, and to define this, negative rights are things that the government is not allowed to do. Positive rights are things that the government must do. So let's just stick with negative rights, because regardless of who you are, everyone agrees negative rights are definitely rights. And I would say that a law is not capable of... It's not capable of protecting a right isn't quite the right term. Right phrasing. I would say it's any law that protects a right, at least within a constitutional framework, is unnecessary. Because the existence of something as a right is itself the protection. The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. That is a negative right. So it doesn't say that you have a right to arms. It doesn't say that. It says you have a right to not have that infringed. Okay? So you have a right to bear arms. You do not have a right to arms. The right to bear arms without infringement is the negative right. The right to arms would be a positive right. If that existed, it would mean that the government is required to provide you arms. What's the difference? I think you were typing that as I said it. So, yeah, there's a big difference there. Which, if the government was required to give you arms, that now means that the government is required to force someone to produce arms in order to give to the citizenry. Like, it's a whole extra mess. And so that's why I want to keep us on negative rights. Like water and food. Yeah. Like, that's a much more, honestly, politically charged discussion that I don't like to get my channel into politics. But negative rights, I think we all agree on what those are and how those function. And so going back to that, I think it's fine for negative rights to be designed to be ambiguous. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's while the philosophical and political can clash in specific areas, there's certainly ones like where we're keeping things where I think it's mostly harmless. Watch in 2 days I get canceled for this conversation. I don't think that'll happen, but it would be hilarious. Give me a lava slime. Come on. So back to ownership. Okay. You need to formalize the definition. Whew. That's quite the requirement. What does it mean to own? That is an excellent question. And a very big question. So, what does it mean to own? It's a great question. So let's start with some basics. So what does it mean to own a rock? That's actually a hard one. Let's go reference my favorite dictionary to help us. Like, I'm not going to say this is the definition. Let's start with a dictionary definition. And let's branch off from there. So what does Merriam-Webster, my favorite dictionary, say ownership is? Seriously? The state, relation, or fact of being an owner. Oh, thank you. And then ownership is also used in the sense of responsibility, which we've talked about, but I think we want to potentially have different definitions for own and be responsible for. I think those should be separate. Because ownership to me implies a level of control over the thing being owned, whereas responsibility for implies almost the reverse. So ownership is kind of like your ability or your authority to enact control on something else, whereas responsibility is your compulsion to do something for something else. Person who owns something, look at owns. To have or hold as property, that's not really helpful. To have power or mastery over, synonym of dominate. I think that might be the most useful definition here. To humiliate, that's not the one we're talking about. The render done. Nice. Let's get the next one queued up. Fake neck. Faces. Nope, that's not the one. Where are you? Fake neck. There you are. That doesn't. That's. That's the one I want. There we are. Just those pixels. That's all I want. Okay. Children bow. I think that's all I want. So having power over something, I still feel that's sort of vague. That could mean a lot. So I agree there's degrees of power over something, but I don't know that I agree that it's vague. So to have power over something, let's define power more generally, which is the ability to exert will on something. That's what it means to have power over something. And I think ownership is probably that. The ability to exert your will on something else, or the authority to do so, rather. So if I own a rock, I have the authority to exert my will on that rock. And if I have exclusive ownership, that means you are not allowed to exert your will on that rock, which in the case of a rock means I get to decide where it goes and how that rock is used. That's what having power over that thing means. I think that's certainly a complete definition. Is it sufficient? So I'm actually going to start using a mathematical concept here for defining these, which is using limits. So if you're familiar with limits in mathematics, what you want to do to solve a limit is figure out what you are approaching to as you approach from the right and left side of something, or upper and lower bounds of something. In the case of a definition, we want to look at, is it sufficiently defined from the underside, meaning is it complete? What was the other word I used just now? I lost myself. We want to make sure it is both complete and... what was the word? Well, let me redefine it then. For any definition, we want to make sure that we haven't left anything out, and we haven't left it open-ended. So, ability to the authority to exert your will on something. Sound and complete. I don't have a non-vague definition of sound in this, in the way you're using it. So I don't want to use that as part of my definition for whether or not a definition is good. I think those are in reference to type systems. So I think as long as we are making sure we have a complete definition, which I think we kind of agree on what that is, and we can hand wave that away. I don't want to get off in the weeds of defining every term that we use to define every term to define every term. So is it complete, or are there things to consider that have been left out of that? Like, when we're talking about ownership, is there a form of ownership that exists beyond your ability to exert will on? Or is that strictly a matter of degree of power over something? I believe it's complete. Nothing's coming to mind right now that exists outside of that definition that we would definitely agree is ownership. Now, is there anything that our definition encompasses that we definitely would not agree is ownership? So, exerting power over something. Is there an instance where the authority to do so is not ownership? Nothing's coming to mind. I think we have a solid definition now. Use the term authority. So authority in this case is just I'm using the word authority to avoid using the word right, because we're trying to also define the word right in some of these cases. To own. What does it mean to own something? The authority to exert will on something. I think that's a good definition. And I don't know that we need to define authority, because regardless of what definition of authority we use, the end result here is kind of the same. Like, we could be talking about moral authority. The end result is the same. It's just by some judgment, your ability within the framework of that judgment to exert your will. Man, I haven't had to talk like this in years, buddy. What are you doing to me? Okay. Sorry, not sorry. Fair. Absolutely fair. Okay. So now we've defined own. And I think this does sufficiently delineate from the concept of responsible for. Responsible for the compulsion, or the state of being compelled to act on behalf of something. On behalf is too specific. That's too specific. Responsible for. The state of being compelled to act in regard to something. There we go. I think that's general enough. So what does this mean in lay terms? This would be you have a responsibility for some other thing if there are specific ways you must act with regard to let's say with regard instead of in regard to something else. So if you're responsible for a child, you are compelled to, let's say, protect that child. There's a whole bunch of compulsions nested into that specific responsibility. But just to give one example, you are responsible for protecting the livelihood of that child, or life of that child. If you are responsible for, I would say we have a responsibility to or for other people in the community. And part of that is we are compelled to not go punch someone in the face arbitrarily. Like, that is a responsibility we have, or we are responsible for that. So now that we've delineated those, we can potentially go back to, is it moral to own another person? In the case of children, using this definition, I would say, sure. I don't think that changes in any way. Now, talking about the specific example you brought up, or I brought up and you expanded on, of don't have unlimited ownership over your children. Oh, certainly. Yeah, I would never make that claim. I would say you don't have unlimited ownership over anything. Like, even the rock example earlier, like if I own a rock, I don't have unlimited authority over that because I don't have unlimited authority to, or I don't have unlimited authority to exert my will on that rock. I can't exert my will in certain ways because I can't violate the laws of physics. Sure, but can you own a rock in a sense that you can't own even your own child? So, I'm not sure that the ability to sell something and something we're getting lost in here is conflating legal with, like, we're conflating prescriptive and descriptive aspects of it. So it's not that I can't sell my child, it's that I shouldn't sell my child, right? So my mind is getting more and more general with this, and I'm gonna throw it back to you in chat. What specific aspects do you want to delve into on this? Okay, we're talking strictly moral frameworks, right? Not legalistic. I'll let you decide. Do you want to go into the legal side of ownership, or do you want to go into the moral side of ownership? I know we started at moral, but we kind of hit on legal a whole bunch. So I'll let you decide which one you want to delve into. And I will be happy to go in either direction. Let's do moral. I think it's interesting. Okay. So, is it moral to own a child? We would agree yes, in a general sense. The question is degree. And interestingly, I think the degree in the case of a child is probably defined almost entirely by your responsibility for the child or to the child. Right? So there are certain ways in which your responsibility compels you to act with regard to your child. And I wonder if that perfectly defines your degree of ownership of the child as well. And this sort of gets into the idea of, and I'm not trying to delve into the legal side of this, but I want to bring up how legally this has been handled in common law, because it speaks to how, as a society, we've tried to morally wrangle with this idea. So within common law, generally speaking, responsibilities carry with them some level of authority, because if you are responsible for or to something, then you can be penalized for not adhering to those responsibilities. You're compelled by law in some way to act with regard to something else. That's your responsibility. You are given, or you should be given, is the prescriptive moral statement from common law. You should be given authority over that thing in some way in order to ensure your ability to meet that responsibility. So, as an example, you are responsible to your child for keeping them safe, physically speaking. As a result, or as a, the word I want is almost counterbalance. As a trade-off to that responsibility on how you act, you are given an authority for determining where that child is allowed to be. Okay, so like you can define parameters where your child is allowed to be. Like, your child not allowed to go to the local bar, because that would cause you as the responsible party here to violate your responsibility for that child. And so I think when it comes to ownership of a child, responsibility and ownership are probably two complementary sides of it. I think it's fair to say, at the most broad level, the idea of ownership is not immoral. Like, it's not immoral to own a rock. We can set that as a baseline, right? Oh, sorry, I thought we were way past that one, but yes, I agree. The idea of owning something, like here's an interesting question. So something just came to mind. Are there any moral frameworks that currently exist where ownership, as we've defined it, is immoral? So there's only one that comes to mind, and I think it would be Buddhism. I think. I am not well versed in Buddhism, but the concept of it being a moral good to separate the self from worldly things. You go to a Buddhist church, then you are perfect for helping me on this one. So within that framework, my understanding is that it's a moral good to separate oneself from worldly things. And I think that would imply I don't know. You tell me. I think that implies that ownership is a moral wrong in that case. But I don't, like, this is something I'd have to talk to, like, serious Buddhism philosophers. Buddhism has a bunch of different sects, so the different sects would feel differently about this. Okay, that's absolutely fair. I mean, most religions have different denominations or sects. Okay. Rander's still going. Positive, moral right and wrong leads into positive negative karma in Buddhism. They don't really phrase things as a moral right or wrong. Okay, so then the question would be is, does owning something, does exerting your will on something, be it a rock or whatever, produce negative karma? That would be the question. And I think that answers whether it can. Well, certain. Okay, hold on. So let's stick with the basic example. Does exerting your will over a rock, like just the act of picking up a rock, does that create negative karma within that system? I own a rock and I focus on it and dedicate my life to it. No, I'm saying just like, let's go step away from the extreme of dedicating your life to a rock down to just does the act itself, regardless of mental state, does the act of picking up that rock directly imply some mental state that would produce negative karma? But the simple act of ownership does not, picking up and owning it, not negative karma. So then again, this may just, my understanding here may just be from a different sect, so it may not be possible to delve into this, because I would wonder if it is good, if it is positive karma to separate oneself from worldly things. My conception of that, which may be wrong, is that that would imply that having will within the physical universe is, even at the most minimal level, some quantity of negative karma. That would be my conception. I'd argue it's more about the mental state, not the physical state. Right, but I would argue that the act itself means that there must be some aspect of the mental state there. For how Buddhists would think about it? Yes, but I would argue that it is impossible to act without having some mental state. Like, you cannot walk down the street without having some mental state in order to do so. And inaction itself would imply a mental state as well. So my question would be is it possible to have a mental state? Let's see. Yeah, there are arguments within Buddhism that I could see that ownership itself would be considered bad. And this is what I'm getting at. So The fact that I think it's okay to pick up a rock, I think that thought in and of itself may be, quote, bad. And thank you for introducing the word bad this way so we can stop using the longer term producing negative karma. Like, Buddhist bad. Or Buddhist definition of bad there. I think it might be necessary to have a bad thought in that case. That's a tricky one. A very tricky one. Do this. In my sect, it wouldn't be bad since attachments and ownership aren't bad in the Jodo Shinshu. Fair enough. And I suppose even in the other sects, I've created a false dichotomy, right? I have suggested that because it is a moral good, or because it is good, let me just shorten it to that, within those ideologies, to relinquish worldly possessions, that does not necessarily imply that the opposite is bad. I've created that false dichotomy, and I need to not do that. But so I think the most I can delve into this in this setting is Buddhism may be the only, or specific versions of Buddhism may be the only ideology that says ownership is bad inherently. May. I want to stress the may there. And I don't know that the two of us can delve any deeper into this. Like, I think at this point we would need some authoritative figure. Taoism and Christianity also have versions of it. Huh. I don't know of any version of Christianity that has a version that says there's an inherent wrong with ownership. I don't know about that. There are versions of Christianity that certainly say that you must avoid worldly pleasures. Yes, agree with that. But I don't know of any that say that worldly possessions are not allowed. Especially because the versions of Christianity that disallow worldly pleasure take no purse nor script. So I would have to look at... So in order to delve into that specific one, I'd need to look up the verse. And I'd have to potentially study every interpretation that's ever been made of that. That one thing that most theologians agree on is what those terms would mean. So I can probably at least get a definition for purse and script. And I would imagine that would not include owning shoes. Where does that come from? Ooh. Salute no man by the way. send you as lambs among wolves. Okay, so this is not a general prescription, this verse that you brought up. This verse is specific direction given to individuals within the context of a account of events. So I would say that ownership of physical things within any form of Christianity is not considered a bad thing. So this being a historical account means that whoever is speaking in this instance, I assume probably Jesus? No, wait, Luke? I haven't read Luke in so long. And sent them 2 by 2 before his face, every city and place where he himself was about to go. Okay, so Jesus speaking here, telling them, when going to these places to perform this specific act, do not bring your money, basically. Don't bring your money, don't bring your writing utensils, don't even bring your shoes. But in Buddhism, it's generally not a prescription that everyone must live as a monks do. Yes, so this is where I went back and corrected my false dichotomy. I had drawn a dichotomy that the act of ownership is either good or bad, not that there is a neutral option, which I have to agree that there is a neutral option there, or at least potentially so. I imagine you could probably have an absolutist version of Buddhism that would say that ownership inherently is bad, but without having someone here to talk to that, I'd actually argue Taoism is probably the most states the most that no ownership is good. Hey, render done. What's my last one? Helmet. Let's get a helmet. And let's get my favorite helmet. Taoism is pronounced Taoism. Yeah. I imagine if you go back in the old etymology, it's probably a sound that's exactly in the middle of Taoism and Taoism. So it's probably the tongue is just slightly forward of Taoism and slightly behind Taoism. It is, yeah. And most things in languages where there's two different writings of something, those two different writings exist because the actual pronunciation is right in between them. This is why within a lot of what's the term? Not you know when you see different Asian words written, whether Chinese, Japanese, whatever, written as what is it, the Arabic alphabet? What is it? Which alphabet is it? Origin of current alphabet. I guess Phoenician? No, but not quite right. Anyway, Section 81, the master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier. So that's interesting in part. So that doesn't just suggest what is moral in terms of action. It also suggests, or not even suggests, I think it directly states a requirement of frame of mind for morality. So the third sentence there in section 8, the more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. Okay. So the giving of physical things to others is morally the gaining, right? Which would mean the previous sentence, the more he does for others, the happier he is. This suggests to me that acts on behalf of something else is happiness, meaning, or causes happiness. Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, eating and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. I haven't studied Taoism, but that, at least on plain reading, section 10 seems pretty cut and dry to me. But having without possessing, that clause there doesn't make any sense to me, or that phrase. It's intentionally paradoxical. Oh yeah, because Taoism. Like, basic concept of Taoism. Yeah, I would argue that passage is not useful in the practical sense. Like, I'm not like any paradoxical statement like that, I'm not sure can have a practical use. By its very design. I think that it is strictly there for, if we take a complete literal reading of it, well, in order to take a non-literal reading of it, or not, I'm not even saying literal reading, even so, any reading we take of it using plain English, we can't know what the intention would be without first knowing the definitions of every one of these terms. Because having something and possessing something are synonyms. And so clearly, within that writing, having and possessing must have different definitions. They must. Otherwise, it becomes a useless statement. Like, there has to be some distinction between them. I don't know that word. Exegeting?
Exegete.
Oh, I did pronounce it right, so that's cool. An expounder or textual interpreter. And exegesis is the act of interpreting some work, particularly scripture. Got it. Typically refers to reading them in their original context, yeah. And that's definitely too much of an ask to do on stream today. Ah. Oh no, I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to be able to delve into that more. I'm not saying that it's bad to bring that up. Just saying, like, this is where we have to draw a line today. Translation... It's notoriously not a real translation. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. There you are. The more true translations are even more esoteric. I believe it. Yeah, Taoism in particular is... its difficulty in even reading it is part of why I would never be a follower. Because I think any morally prescriptive worldview should be widely interpretable and applicable to life. Are you a follower of anything? Let's see. Is that something I want to be as part of my channel? Probably not. Am I a follower of anything? Yes. Will you ever know what? Maybe. Take that for what you will. Not going to attack, no worries. No, it's just... I think my channel can be more valuable if that's not an aspect of it. Like, the main focus of my channel is, well, I guess primary focus of my channel is to keep me on a schedule for my dev work. That's purpose one. Purpose two is to demonstrate for people the dev process in all its messiness, that you don't necessarily see all the time. And I want to avoid introducing things into the channel that would drive people away in spite of the focus of the channel. So knowing what sort of worldview I follow could be a reason to discount things I say in regard to software development. And I want to avoid that eventuality. Is my worldview controversial? Well, every worldview is controversial to someone, I'll say that. I would say my worldview is probably not very controversial, but the question of is it controversial? Someone's going to find it controversial. Absolutely. Because there's no such thing as a worldview that isn't controversial to anyone. Because there's no such thing as a statement that isn't controversial to someone in the world. Another way of putting this would be, there will always be someone to take offense at everything. So is it more the label we're trying to avoid or the perspective? Label. Almost certainly label. Yeah, no, like, my perspective on the world will absolutely show through as you listen to me talk on things. Absolutely. You could figure out what my worldview is. But I think that having the label... Would you be willing to share your perspective then? I could not do that without sharing a label as well. It's impossible to not step on someone's toes no matter how good the intention. Oh yeah, yeah, it's especially in modern day. Especially in modern day. Like, there might have been a time a long time ago where someone may have had a mindset that didn't offend anyone. It could have happened. But modern day, honestly, there's just too many people. Also, hey there, cave dwarfs. How's it going? Is my render done? No, it is not done. Come on! Is your worldview good? So that is, what's the word? What's a self-referential definition? Or a self-referential statement that is necessarily true because it is just itself. Not circular argument. Tautology. There we go. That's the word I wanted. The answer, like, is your worldview good? Well, that's a tautological statement, right? Because my worldview defines what I believe is good, therefore, it itself has to be good. It is the definition of good, therefore, is it good? Well, the answer to that, regardless of my worldview, is yes. Like, I could have any worldview that exists. Okay, is it a productive worldview? Interesting. That's So, let me rephrase your question because I'm not sure that is clear enough on what the answer will mean. Because I think that's a sub-question that is tautological based on a different answer. So the question I think that would be more relevant is, does my worldview have prescriptions on how to act in the world? And I would say yes. And by that very nature, it must be productive. Because it's defining what is good, it's defining a list of prescriptions on how to act within the world, therefore those actions are, by the definition of the worldview, productive. Does it lead to healthy lifestyle and mental health? Right, but the definition of what is a healthy lifestyle and good mental health is defined within the worldview itself. So your worldview and my worldview may disagree on what a healthy lifestyle is. So using that in your in your question, it makes it irrelevant. Does that make sense? Because my worldview defines what the good on those are. Therefore, yes, it is producing those things. I think what you want to ask is, would people generally agree that it produces a healthy lifestyle? And I would say the answer to that is the same as the question of, is it controversial? Well, it is. Those are the same answer in my mind. Because there are going to be people who think that my worldview produces bad outcomes, and there's going to be people who think it produces good outcomes. Not what you're trying to ask? And I, to be clear for anyone else listening, I think that's what I just said is true of all worldviews. I don't think you can have a worldview that doesn't involve that. Man, I'm gonna get like a 4-star on this. That stinks. Well, if I'd known I was going to get that many crits. Hard time phrasing it. Well, we are delving into some of the most complex aspects of defining philosophy that exist. So if you weren't having trouble, it would almost certainly be the case that you're not thinking sufficiently deeply about it. So that's a good sign that you're having trouble phrasing this. A very good sign. Like, you've noticed when I've been talking, there's been several times where I've had to stop and go, okay, how do I want to say this? Would society in general look at at the specific values and the results of that black box and say, yes, that has produced a healthy... This is not my game. This is a game we're playing while I wait for my software to run and render. And my render's done. Like, Worldview is now a black box. We're just looking at the individual outcomes. So, what you seem to be hinting at is an objective morality outside of any framework. That's what you're asking about, and I don't think that can exist. A worldview that is now a black box. We're just looking at... So, right. But you're asking me to... let's not get into subjective versus objective morality yet, because your question I don't think can be answered the way you're asking it. So you're asking me, are the outcomes good regardless of the prescriptions within the worldview? Well, without having prescriptions in a worldview, like without having those prescriptions, you cannot say whether something is good or bad. Because that worldview is the definition of good and bad. Not what I'm asking? Okay. Well, let's try again. This is fun. And don't stress out about having trouble with this. This is all very heady stuff that's very hard to articulate. Okay, what do I want to do with the rest of the day? I think all I want to do is set up the next render. Tofu giving the streamer a hard time here, but the topic is very deep and hard. Exactly. Let's measure healthy productive by self-reported happiness, physical health, ability to integrate in society. So let me break down each of those. So you've given me metrics to define good, or you've given me metrics and asked me, does my worldview produce higher values of these metrics, right? And I got that. I got what you're asking now. However, let me break down each one of these metrics for you. So, self-reported happiness. I don't know that that has anything to do with like does the worldview produce more self-reported happiness? So most worldviews don't define happiness. Does it produce more self-reported happiness? Probably. I don't, and I'm not sure that's even a useful thing though, because self-reported happiness I'm not sure is a useful metric anyway. But moving on. Produce better physical health. I can say fairly confidently the answer is yes to that. Ability to integrate in society, that I would say is not a useful metric. Because, so is it a quantifiable metric? Probably. Is it useful though? Because if integrating with society is not good, morally speaking, is a moral wrong, then no, it wouldn't promote integration in society. But if what society does is adherent with the moral goods prescribed within the worldview, then yes, it would promote integration into society. Like, you're basically asking me, does the worldview, for that metric specifically, you're asking, does the worldview agree with the majority of people? That's what you're asking. I'm assuming society being the average US cultural society. I would say that there is no worldview that currently exists that promotes integration in society inherently. Because I would say there is no worldview you can state, no holistic worldview, let me specify. There is no holistic worldview you can state that more than 50% of people would not disagree with. Okay, thank you for specifying that definition. Integration means that the worldview allows you to work and live in that society without issue. Is that even possible to answer? Let me think about that. This is interesting. We're basically forming a meta-analysis of a specific worldview, and by not naming the worldview or any of the prescriptions within the worldview, we are getting a purely meta-analysis of it, which is very interesting. For example, extreme worldviews can make it hard to work because one might consider working. No, I get exactly what you're saying, and I'm trying to decide whether or not my specific worldview would promote integration by your definition. And I'm not sure. So let's take an example worldview. Let's go with let's go with a very specific worldview that most people are familiar with, at least in the terms of evangelism, which is Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, let's go with that view specifically. Well, so let's try to answer your question in the context of a Jehovah's Witness, because I think that will demonstrate the problem with trying to answer this question. A Jehovah's Witness has a prescription to evangelize. And evangelism will certainly cause tension with your neighbors in a society, because you are attempting to change someone's mind. That is by its very nature a form of conflict, which is not just conflict itself does not directly promote integration. And I would say any worldview that promotes spreading itself will necessarily be a negative in your definition. Also, they are typically anti-higher education, what I understand, which would be against my understanding of integration. I would not include higher education as any part of integration. I think those are two completely separate concepts. Like, someone who never goes on to college can certainly integrate in society very smoothly. And a higher level of education, to me, does not imply a higher level of integration within society either. Don't know if evangelism is necessarily against integration. So if by integration we are, and the general definition here would just be purely peaceful coexistence within society. Like, integrating within society is, most people when they say integrate into society, they would say that is to adopt the prevailing ethos of that society. And by that definition, I would say there's no such thing as a worldview that does that, because a worldview believes, like, and this is kind of a weird phrasing, but just follow me for a second. A worldview believes itself to be correct. And so integration within a society would imply that you are abandoning some of the aspects of that worldview. So the answer has to be no, I think. And at this point, I'm not even looking at morally prescriptive stuff. I'm simply analyzing your question in terms of cold hard logic. Like, I don't think integration is something that any worldview can promote inherently. I should say, I don't think there's any holistic or complete worldview that can do that. You could theoretically have a worldview. Did you come to a conclusion? I can almost guarantee there will be no conclusions come to today. Because this is the questions we're asking today are probably things that people could talk about for a lifetime and not come up with a solid answer. Let's see. Let me start looking at what I want to queue up to render night. Maybe I should try to render gloves tonight. Actually, do I need to split the gloves? I think I need to split the gloves. So the best thing to render tonight is going to be shoulders. Shoulders should be pretty easy. And shoulders, I think I just need the knockout of the clothes for that. Going back to that specific religion, I would say there is a portion of those tenets that do limit participation in the broader society. Agreed. And I think there are healthy limits, of course. There are unhealthy limits. So the question would be, how are you defining healthy limit? Because remember, the worldview is going like a Jehovah's Witness would have a moral prescription on what it means to be a healthy limit on these activities. But that specific religion sends out young men to knock on doors for 2 years and discourages higher education, right? So I think you should probably drop the higher education point, because you'll have a stronger stance in terms of having definitive answers and having a stronger stance of argumentation if you ever get to the point of arguing on these points without that aspect. So I highly encourage you, just for the purpose of having solid definitions and tactically, to abandon the idea that higher education is part of integration. Because I don't think you'll find many, if any, people that agree with that definition of integration. And I think you will have a very hard time arguing for... I think it's going to defeat a lot of... Try to move on from the word... Okay, so you want to specifically look at... What? So what's the question now? Still know the word? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, I work in Godot. Cave dwarfs. Here, I guess I'm queuing up that. Let me go ahead and get that queued up, so I don't forget. Oh no. Well, the helmet's not done, because I forgot about that checkbox. Because I'm pretty sure this is an empty file. What is that? Oh, that's the neck. That's fun. Yeah, so I don't think that render actually did anything. What is that render? Oh. How did that get enabled? That's what I get for not looking at my render before I push the button. That's what I get. Okay. Sending young men in white shirts to go knock on doors and evangelize could potentially limit their opportunities for later in life. So any choice you make will limit your choices later in life. And so I'm not sure that's an interesting thing to delve into. Like, my choice to go run 5 miles after stream is going to limit my choices for the next day in some way. So any choice that is made or not made at any point in your life is going to limit opportunities later in life. And what kind of game do you make? I will show you. But from what I understand, they send their young men out for 2 years. and they can't go to a school or date during that time. Okay. Not wrong, it does delay things. Well, so does any other choice you make. So, for example, if you choose to go to college, you are losing the opportunity to gain wealth during that time period. Or you are at least limiting your capacity to gain wealth during that time. Means there's a high cost to it. There's a high cost to any long-term choice you make. Any choice on what you're going to be doing for more than a week is going to have large impacts. And that's just unavoidable. I'm not arguing it's wrong, but I think it's not typical. Does that make sense? So, regardless of if it's typical, I'm pointing out that the question you're asking is just true of all things. So it's not like you're not going to find some answer deeper than that. You're not trying to discuss about that. I know you're not. If I have indicated that anything you said is in bad faith, that is not my intention. My intention is to point out that your line of questioning here, there's nothing deeper to find out at the end of this road. We're not going to come to anything meaningful. So if you're asking if it's typical, well, that would be answered by just, can we agree that certain worldviews may be harmful? Interesting question. I would say only with regard to a different worldview. Because without a worldview, you cannot determine what it means to be, quote, harmful. That's what I would say. And to answer the question of what kind of game am I making, let's just run it. I'll show you. Actually, I don't remember what state I left things in last time I ran this. Oh, God, that is not supposed to be there. Yeah, no, that's wrong. And I would say that all worldviews consider themselves to be positive. Otherwise, the prescriptions would be different within that worldview. And looks like, thank you. Yeah, this is all I've got in it, but all of the systems are basically in place. So the majority of the work at this point, at least as far as the gameplay, is just adding more assets. I still need to develop more of the stat and skill systems, and I need to develop UIs. But those three chunks is basically all that's left. But now, don't get me wrong, those are big chunks. And I also need to implement sounds for everything, but there you go. But I think we can agree that believing you are a donut may not be a productive, healthy worldview. No. No, I would not agree with that. Because if your worldview is that you are a donut, then that defines what is productive and healthy. So this is why I say it's tautological. But the stuff we're rendering is going to replace the character here, because while he's kind of cute, I think he needs replacing. And the new system is going to allow character customization. Sure, it's subjective, but I'm asking that from a practical sense, he as right, but you're asking for me to evaluate a worldview from outside of that worldview, which I don't think is useful. You're basically asking me, would more than 50% of people agree that the worldview is useful? Which I don't find that to be an interesting question to answer either. Partially because there's a question open here of, are the majority of people even correct in their determination of whether or not a worldview is useful? Well, maybe. Okay, here's an interesting question. Well, the question isn't if the worldview is useful, but do the results of that worldview, are the results of the worldview valuable for the majority of people? Like, let's say we don't know if that person thought it was a donut. Okay, so... Okay, so I, Dum-Dum, believe I'm a donut. Or let me reverse this. Tofu, you believe you're a donut. I, Dum-Dum, don't know that you believe you're a donut. Cause them to be healthy, continue to learn, and help others. So, first off, whether or not... See, what's the... So without having a worldview in order to analyze these words, I don't know what you're asking. So, for instance, cause them to be healthy. Well, you're asking me to answer that without having a worldview. Or if you're asking about the majority of society, then you're just asking me to average all the worldviews together. Which, you can do that. You don't need my help with that. Continue to learn. Okay, well, if you want to ask what the average person in society thinks about that worldview along that metric, that's a separate question. I think if you talk to a random person on the street, we know if something is healthy or not, right? No, we do not. Absolutely not. I would say many things. A random person grab off the street and ask these questions, maybe half would think a given thing is healthy and the other half would think it's unhealthy. So to put a rephrasing on the believing you're a donut, the question, let me rephrase that and say, I identify as a donut. Well, there are many worldviews, or many people within the United States society that would say that that's perfectly healthy to say. Right? And there's many people would say that that's an unhealthy worldview. So I don't agree that most people, or that everyone, or even a good majority would agree on what it means to be healthy on any given thing. Like in general, we say, veggies are good for you, exercise is good for you, sleep is important. Except, I do not believe that we have large agreement on whether or not those things are even healthy. I would agree that those things are good for you, but that's based on my worldview. That's why I'm trying to black box the worldview itself. But you can't, I'm saying you can't black box a worldview in order to analyze whether other things are good or bad. Because what you've when you black box a worldview, what you've done is said, okay, I'm removing all definitions of good and bad. Now tell me whether this thing is good or bad. But you removed my definitions. Like, the results, are the results good or bad? Okay, but my worldview defines what it means for those results to be good or bad. So you've taken away my definition of good and bad and then asked me whether something is good or bad. You see the problem? You've taken away the very thing that allows me to answer the question. So we're not analyzing if their worldview is good or bad based on their own perspective. Right, but hold on. Okay, so you don't want to black box now. Because black boxing would be saying, at least as I'm parsing it, is no worldview. You want to black box their perspective, so you want to analyze the results of their perspective using our perspective. Okay? Every worldview is going to view other worldviews as inferior. That's my answer. Like, that's just necessarily the case. And I don't think you could ever come to a different answer on that. Don't know if you're just trolling me or not? Absolutely not. I am dead serious. That the thing you are asking, like, the answer is... So you're asking me to... So we have worldview A. And you want me to ignore the specifics of worldview A, just the outcomes of worldview A, and analyze them with respect to worldview B. Like, does worldview B believe that the outcomes of worldview A are good? And my answer is that, on average, every worldview will view the outcomes of other worldviews as inferior. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think there's any way around that. I think by the very nature of worldviews, because if a worldview saw a specific aspect of a competing worldview as superior to itself, then so here, I don't know if I want the worldview of the Japanese education system, but I cannot disagree with its outcome on its test scores. So this is why I use the word or the phrase "on average" will find other views outcomes to be inferior. That's specifically why I use that phrasing. So any given worldview could potentially find a specific metric in an outcome of another worldview that it finds agreeable. But on average, so take every single possible measure, more than 50% a worldview will find other worldviews to be inferior on. Unless they largely agree, I should say. Let me put it this way. I'm committing a fallacy here. I don't know what the term for the fallacy would be. But I'm definitely in a fallacy at the moment. You're stacking 5 buffs? Get out of here! Dude, this fight is awful. What level are these? Holy cow. Yeah, so I get what you're saying with, that's why I'm trying to make approachable results that are generally agreed upon. I think you've bitten off something that requires a lot of definition. We're trying to evaluate by 2 to 3 metric. So part of this that you haven't narrowed down though, and maybe you have, so correct me if I'm wrong, when you say by our worldview, what do you mean? Do you mean specifically yours and mine? 2 worldviews? Or do you mean worldviews that are not worldview A? Let me give another example. Use Emacs. I think it's great, but I totally don't recommend it to someone else. Okay? But just because I think my perspective on editors, just because my perspective prefers it, great for me, doesn't mean I find it the best objective worldview. Sure. But even that's part of your worldview. Like, your worldview is effectively that this works really well for me and probably doesn't work well for others. Okay? In a universal perfect worldview has its downsides, even part of my worldview is that the best worldview would work for a large quantity of people. Which of course now, like, you're kind of constructing a worldview of worldviews. Yeah, meta worldview. So let's do this. Give me a specific question you want to ask again. Like, we've gotten off into the weeds in a few areas, and I have a pretty clear idea of what you're trying to get at now. Let's go back to just ask a very specific question you want to ask. Because there's about a dozen branches I can go off on in this. Would you recommend your worldview for other people? Absolutely. 100%. Do you think your worldview makes you happier than others' worldviews make them? No. I think I would definitively say no on that. That, of course, does depend on what you mean by happy, but I would say the answer to that is no. Do not believe that my worldview makes me happier than other people's worldviews make them. Then why would you suggest your worldview to other people? Because happiness on its own is not paramount within my worldview. I do not believe happiness is the greatest thing to strive for. What is? Probably something like meaning in life. Finding a sense of purpose or meaning in life, I would say, is probably more important than just finding happiness. So your worldview wouldn't agree with nihilism? No. My worldview would certainly not agree with nihilism. Wow, these are level 30. No wonder I'm struggling. Actually, I have a real-life example. In my country, it is said, Geht's der Wirtschaft gut? Geht's allen gut? If the economy is doing well, we're all doing well. Well, I understand why people believe this statement is correct. I can definitely say that this approach doesn't work well with the common population. It is good that we have thriving companies, but that's only one side of the coin. Okay. What are you saying this is an example of? I think I missed that connection. Oh, are you done? Oh, did I not hit the button? Thought I did. Yes, I did. Good. One thing that I didn't consider here Hold on a second, guys. I need to check some. Ooh. What is that? Uh-oh. For this, do I change the ordering, or do I disable backface, or do I enable backface culling? That's a good question. Oh, an example of worldviews that are at odds? There. Are the results of other worldviews that you are envious of? Yes? The gray pillow with a yellow ring on it? You're not wrong! You're not wrong! I'm gonna have to experiment with this one. Yeah, I think any worldview that is not purely subjective, yeah, any worldview that's not purely subjective, you will necessarily have aspects that of other worldviews that you envy. Necessarily. For example, let's go with Buddhism as opposed to hedonism. I'm sure a Buddhist, an individual Buddhist, would be envious of hedonism in the aspect of being able to morally pursue immediate pleasures, right? I think that's going to be true of any worldview. There's going to be aspects of other worldviews that are envy, that are to be envied. Now, question in that case is not, does the worldview envy those aspects of another worldview? It is, does an individual who adheres to a worldview envy these other aspects of other worldviews? In which case, I think that is almost certainly the case in most things. Does your worldview have a built-in evangelism in it? Does my worldview encourage the spread of my worldview? Sure. I'm not sure there's any prevalent worldviews that don't have that as a prescription. Because the worldview, by its very nature, believes that it produces better outcomes. To argue that Taoism doesn't? I don't know. Does Taoism not want better outcomes for others? We split hairs, and sure. I mean, we are splitting hairs by the very nature of this conversation, my dude. Like, all the hairs have been split. Okay, let me get the shoulder pads ready to... That's what I want to render when I sign off. But most people would say that Taoism doesn't really encourage missionary work. But things like socialism, or like a socialist worldview, require buy-in from others. So, but hold on. Having a moral prescription to evangelize versus requiring buy-in from others are two very different questions. Like, these are not the same thing. So, for example, a Christian worldview is a good example. there is a moral prescription within Christianity to evangelize. However, an individual believing in Christianity doesn't require the buy-in of other individuals in order to act on their faith and their worldview. Like, you're bringing two different... These things are skewed to each other. They don't interact. Some Christian religions, I think. I don't know, so... I don't know of any Christian religion that requires other people to agree with you in order to function within your own. I've never heard of that. Some, like Mormonism, require a buy-in from others, I think. In what regard? So the ultimate question, the ultimate answer here is, can there ever be an individual Mormon? Like, imagine Mormonism all but disappears and there's only one person following that faith. Are they actually following that faith? That's my question. Is it possible to follow Mormonism if you're alone in the woods? They can't because they need polygamy. That's absolutely untrue. You can absolutely be a follower of Mormonism without ever being married. I mean, a 2-year-old is not yet married, or let's say a 5-year-old is not yet married, but can still be a believer in Mormonism. So it certainly does not require the buy-in of others in order to operate. Even if there is a moral prescription to marry multiple people, which, as far as I know, Mormonism does not have a moral prescription to do that. It merely has the allowance to do that. And it depends on the version of Mormonism. Like, there's a whole bunch of different types of Mormons out there. And my understanding is a large majority of them do not believe that polygamy is a good. But I am by no means a theological authority on Mormonism. Version of Mormonism? Oh yeah. There's absolutely multiple versions of Mormonism. The same way there's multiple versions of Baptists. The same way there's multiple versions of Methodists. While these are different denominations, there are absolutely subdivisions and sub-denominations within those denominations. Not all Mormons agree on all of the tenets of all other Mormons. The same way, like, my parents and I adhere to ostensibly the same worldview when it comes to, let's see. Yeah, on many things, my parents and I ostensibly have the same worldview, at least in name. But there's certainly things within it that we disagree on. And we disagree on what the like every religious follower has their own version of their own religion, their own minds. If you want to divide on every single line, then yes. So I would say there is no such thing as a, especially with religious worldviews, there is no, you're never going to have two people that agree on every aspect of that religious worldview. It's never going to happen. You're always going to have something that you can disagree on. So there is more than one version of Mormonism because there is more than one follower, essentially. That's true. But practically there's just one Church of Mormon. I don't think that's true either. I believe there's multiple Mormon churches. Are there separate Mormonisms? Yep, different denominations of Mormonism that have branched off from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There you go. There are different branches that have... So, even within large groupings, there are different types of Mormons. There you go. That's been my understanding for ages. Like, I went to school with many Mormons that completely disagreed with the version of Mormonism that allows polygamy. But is that the minority view? So you went to school with Mormons? Sure. I went to a public high school, and many Mormons went to that school with me. I wouldn't say they were the majority of the students, but, like, there were more than 5 that I personally knew and hung out with. For some reason, there's this perception in our culture that Mormons are insular, which is just not the case. So all of the Mormons that I knew in school did not believe in polygamy. I've actually never met a Mormon that believed in polygamy. That doesn't mean they don't exist, obviously. But I just have not met them. Seem to have a different perspective on Mormons than you've heard before, or I do. Good! I'm glad I could bring some new information to you. Okay, that is now being rendered, or the opposite of that. Let's get shoulders queued up. How would you compare your worldview to theirs then? I believe mine is superior, but then again, that's because it's my worldview. If I believed their worldview was superior to mine, then why would I not adopt their worldview? Like, again, we're getting back to not quite, but almost tautological relationships. Okay, good. I'm glad we agree that that's a given. But what do you find different or unique? Well, now you're very much having me carve out. So if I were to outline all the specifics that we have in similar and different, I would basically be listing out every aspect of my worldview. Which, remember, part of the reason we're doing a meta-analysis is in order to not outline the specifics of my worldview. Because I don't... Part of my worldview is that I shouldn't disclose my worldview, let's say. Not actually true, but for the purpose of this channel, I don't think it's useful to outline the specifics of my worldview. From what I understand, Mormonism is harmful. Most would consider it so. Okay. I'm not sure I consider Mormonism harmful. I haven't actually thought about that very much, but I don't know that I'd agree. At least not on most metrics. Now, there are specifics where I would certainly say that Mormonism is harmful, but most of those would just be trivially so, based on my worldview. For example, Mormonism being based on a specific faith would mean that if my worldview is not within that same faith, then I believe that the thing being promoted is false, therefore I think it's harmful. But again, that's just a trivial distinction. Like, there's no deeper thought or analysis to be had there. Like, large organization controlling a lot of money? Why is that harmful? Send their men off to work on the farms for free? You're gonna have to describe why those things are harmful. Like, you need to... You're stating that these are harmful, you need to show that they are harmful. And I think you need to do that without relying on a worldview, which I'm not sure you can do. Your large organization controlling a lot of money isn't inherently harmful. First, I'm not even sure it's true that there is a large Mormon organization controlling a lot of money. I'm not sure that's true. I'm pretty sure it's not, but especially not if we compare it to other organizations that control money. The more you try to determine the best, worst worldview, the more it seems to me like asking someone what the best MMORPG is. Every player of an MMORPG put time, effort, sometimes money in it, and most of them are not happy you talk bad about it. Even if you are objectively right. So I would agree that most people talking about this are going to have conversations that result in what you're talking about, Cave Dwarfs. The way we're analyzing it, I feel like it's starting to approach a meta-analysis. Yeah, the Mormon nation is rich. They commit fraud and stuff that are wrong. Well, one, committing fraud being wrong. I don't know that you can say that irrespective of worldview. Okay, let's ask. I'm curious. I think we all share that worldview that fraud is not correct, not morally correct. No, I would say so. You and I share that, but I would certainly say that it is not universal to worldviews. There are several worldviews I could name right now that, depending on who the victim of the fraud is morally good. Oh, sure. I mean, but the fact that it's a shared value isn't, like, that isn't super relevant. Like, sure, we share it, but I'm still evaluating that metric based on my worldview. And I'm not finding it super meaningful, like super useful. I think evaluating worldviews can be useful because you can use the same tools to evaluate your own. So, challenging your own worldview is certainly a useful exercise. But you're basically just asking, do I agree? Like, what is my worldview at that point? You're not necessarily evaluating unless you're talking about trying to analyze a worldview using the framework of another worldview, which I would not agree that that comes to anything useful, because it's still just, it's two boxers fighting and one of them wins. It doesn't tell you anything more meaningful or absolute about either of them. Does that make any sense? No worldview can ever be objectively evaluated. Do I agree? So you must evaluate it by some standard, which in and of itself is a worldview. And I wouldn't, so I'd rephrase what you said, not even if that standard is a different worldview, it necessarily is a different worldview. Why doesn't this have multi-select capabilities? Arg. I'm pretty sure this render is gonna blow everything up on my PC, but that's okay. Like, I'm not sure, or I would argue that evaluating anything is impossible without a worldview. What is this program? This is Blender. And if you're wondering about this stuff over here, this is a custom add-on. Oh god. Bro. You set that up like a D's nuts joke. You're better than this, Tofu. You're better than this. Alright, that's queued up. And now, for the rest of stream, I can just play games and talk to you guys. Very much damage. But I might poison, so... Or weakness. Weakness is also useful. Woohoo! Yep. A far cry from where we started on Is Ownership Moral? So worldview evaluation, I find it interesting to discuss because based on my worldview, I find other worldviews inferior. Well, like I said, all worldviews are going to find other worldviews inferior. And your worldview suggests that fixing other worldviews is a good. Interesting. Is that not just evangelism by a different mechanism? It is? Okay. I was curious if we'd agree on that point. And I find it interesting that we do. So I will say it's an interesting distinction that to evangelize, just a mechanical distinction, evangelism by altering other worldviews as opposed to just converting individuals, your worldview by pieces. Like I've heard, like that you've heard, Mormonism is very harmful. And for anyone listening to this, I, Dum am not saying Mormonism is harmful. Sorry, Tofu. I have to give disclaimers because you never know how people are going to take things. And you're not saying that Mormonism is harmful either, just that you've heard it is. Fair. So, the thing I would challenge you on, so you're saying that you've heard that it's harmful. Well, if you don't know for yourself that it's harmful, wouldn't it be entirely possible that by trying to, quote, fix Mormonism, you yourself would be causing harm? And kind of want to get away from Mormonism as an example because this is someone's gonna take offense to this and I'm gonna get in trouble. You have learned to accept other people's opinions. That doesn't mean the internet has learned that. Ah! Mormons don't really use the internet, though? That's not true. I think you're mixing up Mormons with Amish in this case. I think you are 100% mixing up Mormons and Amish now. Not mixing Mormons and Amish? I hate to break it to you, but the vast majority of Mormons within the United States use the internet on a daily basis. Believe in the prophet Warren Jeffs? Okay. Saw a documentary? Well, one, don't trust documentaries. Documentaries are almost always skewed and or false. Almost always. If I've learned anything, it's basically do not trust any modern author's account of anything historical. How come? Because I've just found most things through my own research that I mentioned this, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, that roughly 40% of the things I learned from documentaries, textbooks, etc., I have since learned were complete and total fabrications. Just had no basis in reality or were explicit skewing and misrepresentation of reality. I'm surprised, maybe I'm too trusting. Most people are too trusting, certainly. I would encourage you to do research using primary sources from the era you want to understand. You will get a much more accurate understanding of those time periods. So if I want to understand about modern Mormonism, how do I research primary sources? So the most accurate way would no, documentaries are by definition secondary sources at best. Usually they are third-hand sources. A primary source is going to be an account from someone who was there. So in the case of Mormonism, a primary source would be something that is a writing of a person that existed at the founding of Mormonism. They interviewed the people at the compound. Those people are not primary sources either. And it's worth noting, by the very fact that they were interviewing them, the interview itself is not necessarily a primary source because there is a framing. The person creating the documentary had editorial control and therefore provided some skew on the information provided by the people being interviewed. Well, I was surprised when you said you went to school with a Mormon. Like I said, I went to school with many. And the point is that the group that you saw interviewed in that documentary, I have a feeling I know which sect of Mormonism that is. And while that is probably the largest individual sect, the other denominations constitute the majority of Mormons in general that exist. Hello, alchemist. Let's fight. Not sure I understood. So you've got... Here, let me just draw a picture because that'll make it a lot more clear. So, you've got your groups of Mormonism, right? You've got one here, here. Okay. So, dark mode, absolutely. So, this, we're going to call this version A of Mormonism. This is the biggest version of Mormonism. However, if you add up B, C, D, E, blah, 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 all together, all of these are more people than constitute A. And anytime you see a documentary about a sufficiently large group, this will be the case. So you met someone from denomination E, where the documentary was probably from A. So I'm saying I met people from denominations B, C, D, E, F. Like, I've met several different denominations. I think probably 3, so B, C, D I've met. I think I've met about 3 different denominations of Mormonism. And I'm saying the documentary was on A. Yes. And I'm saying that, to my understanding, now, I do not know the specific number out there, so don't quote me on that. My point is, my understanding is that there is one version of Mormonism that is the largest version, but the majority of Mormons are not part of it. Thought polygamy was a linking doctrine of their church? No, not even close. That's actually probably the most slanted and misconstrued aspect of Mormonism. Yeah, no, not at all. Mormonism, or polygamy, is just the most publicized aspect of that church, because it's the thing that other worldviews can call out as, ha, they do that. Yeah. It's actually a very intellectually dishonest thing that people have done in promoting that as being more prevalent than it actually is. There is no way I'm surviving this fight. I am 6 levels under. But I'm gonna try! Burn and poison? Burn and... no poison. Oh boy, what's gonna happen? I'm scared. Oh, that wasn't so bad. That was worse. Eee. Their founder did polygamy from what I heard. That I don't know. Like I said early on, I am not well versed in Mormonism. Not by any stretch. And that's part of why I've said, with literally everything I've said, I've prefaced it with, my understanding is this, right? Because I am by no means am I willing to stake any claims here. And I'm not going to say I'm even on solid footing with these points. Sorry for harping on that particular group. Fine. Yeah, sorry to any Mormons listening. You were just a useful example in this case. I'm very, very sorry. Whoa! Oh no! My goblin died. We never established these were slaves. How am I gonna not lose terribly? These are 6 levels higher than me. Goblin has no autonomy in this game. He only will do your bidding. I don't know if they have autonomy. So, one question would be, does a rock have autonomy? Or can a rock have autonomy? Getting back to these original philosophical conundrums. Panpsychism time? I don't even know what that word means. And I don't think I want to know. Well, I'm still 1 ahead on this. So all that shielding, I think, is gonna invert that real quick. Oh yeah, this is not... Whoa, this is not going my way. Oh, heavens. Yeah, no, that's that 6 level difference right there. Let's keep the goblin army going, I guess. Just a minute, guys. I need to BRB. Just like 1-2 minutes. Hello, chat. Panpsychism is the idea that mind exists in all things. So, there's 2 questions I would pose to you. One, does a rock have autonomy on its own? So, like, regardless of consciousness, if a rock exists on its own, is it autonomous? Like a rock sitting in the woods. Does it have some type of autonomy? No, a rock has no autonomy. Okay. The second question about the goblins here. We don't know what level of autonomy they possess. Because when we are not in combat, I don't know what they're doing. Okay, burn, poison. What? So remember, a video game representation of things is an abstraction. So we are providing an abstraction of goblins. They're being stored in RAM memory. So if we're taking a literal interpretation of what's happening, then they definitely are not slaves because they do not have consciousness. So do you want to do the literal interpretation of what these are, being ones and zeros? Or do you want the metaphorical sense? Because the literal sense is pretty boring analysis. Good point. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I can even take out their shields at this point. Like, regardless of how much damage I do, I don't think I can remove a shield. Oh, I take that back. I removed a shield. Immediately proved myself wrong. Yeah, there's no way I'm winning this, but it is entertaining to see how far this will go. Free sidekick. No, let's not do that. Let's make sure this guy's gone because he's doing so much. So metaphorically, or metaphorically isn't quite the right term, but I know what you're trying to say. So I think the answer would be they are slaves only insofar as a pet would be a slave. I think that's the limit there. This guy can't do any damage here. No, I'm absolutely sunk on this. Sure. Can these pets die? No. They cannot. Does that make a difference on the question of whether or not these would qualify as slaves? Like, if something is capable of dying, does that mean it can't be a slave? Or if it's not capable of dying, it can't be a slave? Oh, okay, we're moving on. I thought we were, like, having a different angle to try and analyze that. Yeah, that would be my estimation, that they are slaves in as much as a pet dog is a slave. Or maybe more accurately, because we are specifically working these animals, a horse that's used in farm work. That is the degree to which these creatures would be slaves. The next question is it ethical to have your pets fight for you? Moral? I don't know that those are distinctly different. But in the general sense, I would say yes. In many, 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 many specifics, no. So, for example, is it moral to train a dog to defend your family? I would say probably yes. I'd have to really think about that one, but I think probably yes. Why am I having animals fight in this game? I am having animals fight in order to save the world. So does the end justify the means? I have never suggested that that was part of the moral consideration. You're the one who asked about why I was doing it. I would not agree that the reason why is relevant. That's not true. Not entirely true. Because there are ends that are part of the mechanism of the act that I think do justify the mean. Like, there's an ends that is part of the mean. For example, back in nomadic human times, a lot of nomadic tribes raised wolves for protection. I don't think there's a moral wrong there. Now, obviously, there are people that would disagree with that. But I think there's a solid argument that there's no moral wrong being committed there. That there are two species coexisting with each other, a symbiotic relationship. The probability of survival for the wolves goes up by working with the humans, and the probability of the human survival goes up by working with the wolves. And I think the fact that it is mutually beneficial and mutually beneficial by design is part of why it's not a moral wrong. What do you mean by design? So the reason people, so the very design of humans adopting wolves was designed to benefit both, like, while the intention at the time may not have been to benefit the wolves, the design of itself does benefit both parties. The parameters that existed. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Like, because the way that wolves and humans are. You know, I'm saying the relationship that was built between the two species in those instances was it was mutually beneficial and was understood to be mutually beneficial. Like, it is not a purely exploitative relationship in either direction. And I would argue probably not even partially exploitative. Ah, stop it! Stop it! They're doing too much damage. In this game, what do my pets get from me? Well, first off, they get immortality. The animals out in the wilds are not immortal, but the moment they become a familiar, my character, my understanding is they become immortal. A pretty big boon. Immortality to continue to suffer in combat over and over? No. So my character in the lore of this game will eventually die. But my familiars, as far as I understand, it may only apply to spectral familiars in the game, but I believe it's all familiars. By forming a pact with me, now become immortal in perpetuity. That's my understanding. Though the game definitely does not make any of this explicit. Yeah, I'm gonna get like a 1 star on this and it's gonna be awful. I need so many levels. Immortality is an interesting thing. These different religions approach it differently. Some view immortality as a curse. Even abstracting away from religions, I think you could just say more generally, people. Some people view it as a curse and some don't. Even people that ascribe to the same worldview in name certainly don't see immortality the same. Why did none of you get a status? I had to get punched in the face every time I was let out of my Pokeball, but I was functionally immortal. Would I take that deal? Yes, if I was Goku? So I'm not sure what universe you're referring to that creatures are immortal inside a Pokeball. What universe are you referring to? Because that does not describe this game's universe. This one, no. So all of the creatures exist outside of combat. And they continue to exist and be immortal and have their own lives outside of combat. Just we don't see them do that. It's not like they disappear when they go off screen. If I had to get punched in the face every day, because I made a pact with a human deity, I am immortal. Would I take that? So let's be very clear. The human deity you're referring to is mortal, will eventually die, and you maintain your immortality afterward. Let's make sure we've defined those parameters. So, would you take that deal? Well, would you? What do you think, chat? Why do these... Yeah, so much damage? Oh, that one's dead again. This is awful. Like, I'm just constantly in a losing battle because I'm so underleveled. I shouldn't call it a losing battle. It's a battle of attrition. And I am not doing great. Let's apply this to real life. You have to wake up and fight in a ring every day week for 80 years. I don't think 80 years would be accurate, but okay. But then you're immortal. Take the deal or nah. So this now gets into the question of, do I believe in an afterlife? Because I think it depends on that answer. If I believe in an afterlife, then my answer is almost certainly no, I don't take the deal. But that's, I don't think that's an interesting way to answer the question. You believe, but you don't know. So that I think is irrelevant. Because if you believe something, then you will act in such a way, you will act as if though that thing is true. That's what I think belief is. I think that will die without my help. Let's go after the dodo. Burn? No burn. Sure, but there's room for ambiguity and belief. I would say that if you act in such a way that if you actualize in the world as if something is not true, then you do not believe that thing. Guaranteed immortality? That I find that to be like, that's a Jordan Peterson argument. If that's the case, then I agree with that point from him. Okay. I'm sure there's all numbers of people you could name drop that I agree with something they've said. I have things I believe, but I don't know if they're real. I just hope they are. So I'm not sure that what you're describing right now is belief. I think you're describing the word think or hope. I don't think you're describing belief. I think belief is something much more... Material isn't quite the right word, but it's certainly more... It's a stronger thing than think. Because the way you've used the word belief, I think, is fully defined, fully and completely defined by just the word think. I think the word think is more strong, whereas belief is room for doubt. So I think a better definition for belief would be something along the lines of, and this isn't quite accurate, but something along the lines of knowing without evidence. It's not quite accurate, but I think it gets close to what I'm trying to say. Because belief, certainly in the religious sense, is a more firm conviction than thinking something to be true. So believing something to be true is a firmer conviction than thinking it to be true. Yes. Okay, let's remove that part of the hypothetical. Which part? Whether or not there's an afterlife? I agree. So my answer would be, if I believe there is an afterlife, then my answer is I absolutely do not take the deal. That I think is a boring side of this analysis. So I agree. We'll say that's my answer in that case. If I don't believe there's an afterlife, I absolutely do take the deal. There's no reason not to. Because if I can live forever, as opposed to certainly ceasing to exist, there is an infinite amount of anything to be gained in that immortality. And all that's required to achieve it is a trivially small amount of time of, let's just say, suffering. I don't know that I define it as suffering, but assuming we even call it suffering, it's a trivially small amount of time suffering. Essentially, what you're asking me is, like, let's rephrase this into something. Would I subject myself to 80 years of torture in order to achieve immortality? Yes, I would do that. If I knew, or even believed, truly believed, that I would achieve immortality via 80 years of torture, certainly. Do you think immortality is worth it? I think that anyone who doesn't believe immortality is worth it is probably selfish. I don't know, I'd have to think about that more. But I think it is probably the case that a person who does not believe immortality is worth suffering for probably is a selfish person. I don't know if immortality is worth it under certain conditions. Okay, specify. What conditions? Like, name a condition where immortality would not be worth any finite number of years of suffering. Like in our hypothetical? Because if your loved ones aren't immortal? So, this is why I say selfish. I didn't say that it was wrong to turn down the immortality. I never said that. I said specifically, and I think maybe the only conclusion I can come to on this, the only thing that I would be able to come to a conclusion on is whether or not it is selfish. You could go through theoretically infinite loss, absolutely. And I want to be very clear, I do not believe selfishness is inherently wrong. Not at all. But what I want to point out here is, if you can achieve immortality, even though that could mean infinite loss, you are sacrificing an infinite amount of potential good to be done for others. And I am not saying good, bad, or the other on this. I am simply stating that part of the trade-off of what you are sacrificing by turning down immortality is infinite good for others. This is part of why it's not so easy. Oh, these are gonna kick my butt, aren't they? But you also see why I am not going to make any claims about these things being good or bad. Only that there is selfishness in that decision. Now, one thing that I want everyone to learn from the way I'm responding to these questions is always, always, always limit the scope of your answer on things like this. Because the moment you allow your answers to become too broad on things like this, you're going to run into problems of being able to properly defend your stance on things. Ah. Why didn't you light on fire? Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, that's fine. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. That's great. Hooray! There are philosophies that would find hubris in someone claiming they could use immortality for good. I would say that it is hubris to say that there is not infinite potential good in immortality. Because remember, I didn't say that you are sacrificing infinite good for others. I said infinite potential good for others. I was, if I missed that in one of the times I said it, I made a mistake. But I want to be very limited in the scope of what I'm saying here. Because we are dealing with infinity. And it is worth noting in practice, that may not be the reality. And there is also infinite potential bad from an immortal individual. Certainly. I want to get rid of those buffs, but I also want to get more damage out. Yeah. Getting rid of the buffs is more important right now. And those buffs are the only reason I survived that. Whew. Or removing those buffs. I should be able to guarantee this one out this round. I think I've got it. Yeah. This brings about an interesting perspective on things that you never thought about before. Yeah, the moment you put the quantity infinity into anything, a lot of stuff gets turned on its head. So, given that the individual made immortal is fallible, it is almost certainly the case that the result of them becoming immortal is the introduction of infinite good and infinite bad. So, is it a good thing that the individual was made immortal? And I have no idea how to answer this one, guys. Here's another question. Sure. Would you trust a random number generator to give a random person on the planet immortality? That's a cool way of re-asking my same question, isn't it? Are those the same question? Is it a good thing for the person to be made immortal given there's an infinite number of good and bad things introduced? Would you trust a random number generator to give a random person on the planet immortality? I think those are effectively the same question, which is kind of cool. Why are you not giving me the item I need, game? Garbage. Is the answer yes? Well, you may recall I didn't answer the previous question. I think more people would probably say yes to the first but no to the second. I think you are I think the core of it is you are, in the first one, you are basically asking if the person is an optimist. Because introducing infinite good and infinite bad, you're asking, is the person answering the question an optimist? And I think the second question is asking the same thing. Maybe not an optimist in that case. In the second question, you are more asking if they believe that... You're asking what the person believes the expectation value of bad outcomes is within the world. Meaning, random individual, what is the expectation value of the bad produced by that individual? So they have a probability essentially of producing bad, and they have a magnitude of how bad those things are, and they have a probability of good and a magnitude of how good those things are. So you're asking the person what they believe the expectation value is of a random person on that scale, which is kind of a cool question to ask. So the way I've described those questions leaves out one major factor that would be a consideration in answering those questions, which is, will the person becoming immortal cause them to become more evil or do more wrong? And I think the answer is probably yes. I cannot imagine Uh, I think those philosophies that I mentioned before say yes to that question too. Yeah, I think producing an immortal individual will almost certainly cause that individual to become corrupted by that new power. I think it is possible to find individuals that would not be corrupted by it, but I think the majority would be corrupted by it. Whoa, buddy. What? That is so much poison. That's illegal. How are you allowed to poison so much? This is probably why lots of people are wary of Christianity. I don't follow. Christianity promises eternal life in the afterlife. With expectations on belief and behavior in this life. Like, it's not... In the immortality question we asked, it's without any sort of expectations on moral behavior prior to the granting of immortality. However, in the example of Christianity, there's very clear prescriptions on what is and is not moral behavior in the current life prior to achieving the immortality. So at least within Christian teachings, faith that does not include acts to back up that faith is empty, and by no means will grant the immortality that we're outlining. Then that means works as a requirement? No, not the same thing. So right now you are suggesting two different causes with one effect. You are suggesting that there is faith and there are acts that are both causing the immortality, which is not the paradigm in most versions of Christianity. The structure in most versions is faith is a cause that necessarily produces acts and produces an afterlife, an immortal afterlife. And that's what the passage I quoted means, to say that the faith is empty if it is not backed up by acts. It means that it's not actually faith if that faith doesn't compel you to act in specific ways. I feel like it's a very broad definition of faith. I make no claims about how broad or narrow it is, only that that is the definition according to Christians as far as I understand it. Man. A couple days ago, chat gets me talking about communism and economic systems, and today we're getting into philosophy of worldviews, meta-analysis of worldviews, and now a breakdown of what faith is according to a Christian worldview. Whew. I think I'll try to finish this round. The next question is, are the works that Christians required to show a sufficient faith good enough metric to grant the immortality? You're still, so you're still treating the works as a cause in your phrasing there. It is not a matter of demonstrating the faith that is a requirement by any means. It is, if there is faith, it is evident by the works. And those works are not in an effort to prove the faith. They're not to measure the faith, they simply are. Man, making me really look up my old Sunday school stuff. So how is faith measured? It isn't. I believe it's actually explicit within most Christian doctrine that faith cannot be measured. At least not by humans. And that's part of why the Bible says in many, many, many places that judgment is held by, like, judgment is only the Christian gods. I think one passage is literally, "Judgment is mine, said the Lord." See, Mormons, we're picking on Christianity too now. I promise that the selection of you is entirely arbitrary for example purposes. Ah, don't cancel me. Faith as a mustard seed. What? Mormons can't cancel people, there aren't enough of them. Well, I would disagree with one of your assumptions there. You are assuming that there needs to be a lot of something for canceling to be possible. And I don't agree with that. I think we have many, many examples in society of a minority canceling someone. Why am I allowed to get back here if there's nothing here? All right. You do you, game. Yeah. Scary birds. I know how violent you are. But I do need to catch you. Mormons? Sure, but the majority has to accept Mormons. Wait, what? I don't know where you just went off on this one. So what do you mean by accept Mormons? Let's tie off that one because I think it'll probably end faster than the other one. I hope. And let me just quickly change Twitch's topic. Because this is changed. Just chatting. Lost for Dum Dum. Meta. Meta. Analysis of worldviews and faith. Oh boy! You're just making me work to skirt offending everyone, aren't you? There needs to be a sizable portion to cancel someone? No, that is not true. That is absolutely untrue. And as an example, I couldn't cancel a single celebrity by myself. I didn't say that you could do it individually, but I am refuting the idea that you need a large number of people, because just look at the adpocalypse that happened years ago. You had a small number, just a few hundred, maybe a few thousand people having targeted campaigns against advertisers, which pulled advertising funding as a result and got people effectively canceled out of being able to monetize. You need a majority consensus, though? I mean, I just gave you an example where you did not have a majority consensus. Of that particular platform? Absolutely untrue. You had a small percentage of Twitter users that conducted a targeted campaign against individual companies, and that resulted in at least financial cancellation, but just full platform cancellation in some cases because of a targeted campaign by a minority of users. Yeah, just because a small percentage of users did something actively, there was much larger percent of those that agree, right? I think it is fairly safe to say that, because the question being asked here is, do people believe that when they watch an ad before a video, that the advertiser is endorsing that video? And the vast, vast, vast majority do not believe that. Like, the vast, vast majority of people understand that the ad you get before a video is effectively random. However, this small group of people convinced advertisers that the majority would see them as endorsing these videos. That's what happened. And so what the majority of people believed in that case was totally irrelevant. Because this small target group who targeted these companies made those companies believe that the majority believed something that they did not. But Mormons probably can't cancel anybody? I don't know that. I definitely don't know that. And I'm not gonna test that. Ain't no way I'm testing that. Again, having power in, like, you're acting as if though generalized power is required to enact change on specific level, which is not true. All targeted campaigns are absolutely effective. But to get back to the more interesting point, where were we? Let me scroll back up. Because the whole cancel culture thing, like, there's a bajillion people that have talked about that ad nauseum, and like the only answer you're gonna get from me is it's bad. People should just like the things they like and not try to artificially squash things that other people like. That's gonna be just my answer on that. Can you imagine having a drive-through soda shop? Yes. I can imagine that. I am capable of picturing that. Isn't that strange? I mean, one of my favorite places is a drive-through mechanic. Like, you literally stay in your car, you drive through, and you get an oil change. They have drive-through mechanics? Yes, they do. The one I'm thinking of changed owners. And like, people know I am in North Carolina as it is, so, and I don't live in the town I'm about to search, so if you go looking for me there, you will not find me. What is the name of Tater Bugs now? Yeah, Tater Bugs drive-through oil change and automotive repair. So, are there drive-through mechanics? Yes. Tater Bugs drive-through oil change. It's crazy? Not really. Here's a good example. Open edge. Where are you? So the way this is built, they lay in a basement which has most of the machinery. And you just drive over the basement where these slots are. And there's guide rails and all that stuff. You have someone telling you how to drive in and flagging you in. Now, obviously, this person messed up. Like, buddy, you had one job. But yeah, you drive in, and then there's mechanics underneath your car that operate on it. And there's a few guys up top that they pop your hood and do the stuff up there they need to. And at the Tater Bugs I went to, most oil changes were done in 5 minutes. It was awesome. I was really hoping that was going to poison. Yep. Unfortunately, there is no tater bugs where I live now, and it makes me so sad. Like, I actually need an oil change right now, and oh, if there was a tater bugs down the street, I'd be there today. Just get it over with. Did I not get an egg? I did not. Okay, hopefully I get either an egg or the evolution material. Yeah, 5 levels ahead. So if you won't hate on the Mormons, is there a worldview that you fundamentally disagree with? Yes, and you will never know what it is. And it's sort of a trivial answer because I can guarantee, no matter who you are, there is a worldview that you would fundamentally disagree with. Because any worldview you can imagine theoretically existing does exist. Because there's just too many people now. There's so many people that every potential worldview just about does exist. Ooh, nice start. Think we need less people now? Didn't say that. I merely said that there's too many people to not have covered all the options. Meaning, just based on probability, there's enough people to cover every possible worldview. Maybe not in every combination, but any view that can exist any view that can exist on any given topic probably does exist, my point. And so there is, because of that, there's going to be worldviews that you disagree with, fundamentally. Just curious, why not share things that don't agree with, don't like in worldviews? I guess if I were to stream, I wouldn't mind saying that I have opinion X. So when it comes to things like political and religious worldviews, that's not part of this channel. Now, meta-analysis of these things, I'm fine with. As long as it doesn't become the focus of the channel. But, like, one of the primary focuses of this channel is you guys coming here and asking me questions about game development, or software development in general. And if I say, I don't like sherbet, well, there's going to be a group of people that maybe want to learn about software development. And the fact that I've said I don't like sherbet means they don't want to stay even though they would have liked to learn software development. You're fine with hot takes, just not about those things. Correct. So if you want to hear my hot takes about software development, oh, I got so many. To your programming hot takes, I can't think of one off the top of my head, sir. Oh no, here's a hot take in programming. In my experience, the worst software developers I've worked with are the ones that are college educated. There we go. There's my hot take for the day. And specifically, if they went into programs that focused on Java. There's my hot take for the day. And that's actually a big part of why I have this channel. There's a lot of pomp and ceremony related to computer science. And what I want to demonstrate for people is that all of that is artificial. Like, the process of developing software is we are all dumb and making mistakes up until we get it right. Like, you have seen me today make mistakes in my renders. And at some point, I got it right. And it's not like there was something special about me figuring that out. It was, I put in the work, and I eventually got the result I was looking for. Can you give a different perspective? Yes? Almost certainly. Why am I not getting any eggs? Game. This game is hating me right now. Like, the one thing I need is advanced flight. And the game is absolutely refusing to give it to me. Yeah. Nothing. The Ivory Tower exists for a reason, but most people who learn software development from university don't actually dive deep enough to understand the fundamentals of how to apply the Ivory Tower. Wait, what? So they become dogmatic without understanding. Wait, What are you describing as ivory tower? Because the way you're using that term, not accurate as far as I understand it. And just a second, I need to get more lights on. The sun's starting to go down. You're stating that those who are university educated are poor software developers. Specifically because they believe themselves to be better than others, and that causes a whole bunch of problems. I'm saying that the university education exists for a reason, but doesn't dive deep enough in theory. Well, so the term ivory tower typically is used to describe an individual is in an ivory tower if they believe that they are above others and are unapproachable on the topics that they are in the ivory tower about. And I would suggest that that happens to a lot of university educated developers. And I think it's partially a consequence of how the professors treat the topic. You're university educated, but most of what you learned came from outside it? Fair. There is a difference between the theory learned in higher level comp sci and lower level comp. Woo! Boy, that's some damage. I gotta get out of here. Because I am not winning that fight. Hey, Silver Feather! For example, I was not taught category theory, lambda calculus, and monads in my university. I learned it outside of university. But those things ultimately came from university research. So, the issue I've run into primarily boils down to arrogance. And, at least in my experience, the majority of developers I've known that got their education in development from universities were very, very arrogant. And conversely, the majority of developers I've known that got their education on their own, self-taught developers, don't have that same level of arrogance. To be honest, I don't even know which of my coworkers have a university degree. Okay. Huzzah! Advanced flight has been acquired. Firestone. What can I evolve with Firestone? All you. What can you do, sir? I could have gotten improved flying before. Oh my goodness. I'm in F sharp and FP, so I think there is a bit difference there. Maybe. Oh, that's why you can do that. I need to catch one of those fish at some point. How does that physics? What is rare seashell? Rare seashell. A very unique looking seashell. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm glad we ironed that out. Oh, I can't go to the left anyway. But I've seen arrogance against people who do have one. Wait. I've never really seen an arrogance for someone having a degree, but I have seen arrogance against people who do have one. Is there supposed to be a not in that sentence? That sentence feels like there should be a not there. No? So you've seen people using the existence of someone's degree to suggest that they're not as competent? Whereas I had coworkers belittle someone for having a degree. I've seen senior devs belittle people who have the degree because they should know better. And that they did it without a degree. Huh. Yeah, I can't say I've ever experienced that. But I've seen many, many, many instances of not these words, but this sentiment of, oh, you don't have a degree, you wouldn't get it. I've seen that sentiment so many times of just disregarding people because they don't have a degree. Never heard anyone of that. Like I said, not that word. Those words, but the idea that someone should be discounted because they don't have a degree. I have seen that so much. Specifically from people who received a university education in a program that focused on Java. For us, we gatekeep on, do you know monadic flow versus do you not? Fair enough. Just chatting? Yep. Hey, still needs work. Yeah, I finished work for the day, and so we're talking about philosophy, worldviews, meta-analysis, and at this point, the arrogance in coworkers we've had. And Tofu was describing how they've seen people say that basically it's unacceptable for you as an employee to not know this because you have a degree. Whereas what I've seen a lot of is people who have a degree with a focus in computer science disregarding other people because they don't have a degree in computer science. My hot take is that discriminated unions aren't expressive enough to truly cover the needs of our next generation type systems. I don't know what these words mean. I think that's enough status damage that I don't need to keep attacking him. Like Rustinums? Sure. Rust is a language. Enums are a data structure. I agree. About something. Chad, I don't know what's happening. I kind of disregard people who don't have a medical background giving me medical advice, but in case of computers, I don't disregard people who don't have a degree. Why would you disregard someone who doesn't have a medical degree? Like, in my case, whether someone has a medical degree or not, I evaluate the thing they're saying on a case-by-case basis. Because I've had board-certified doctors tell me things that were absolute nonsense. And I've had people who didn't even get their GED tell me perfectly valid medical information. You can learn that stuff without a degree. You can learn anything without a degree. A degree is absolutely unnecessary, strictly for learning something. But as I've dived further into it, I recognize Hindley-Milner types aren't the silver bullet, and aren't expressive enough to cover the use case that I think we need. Yep, I'm gonna just bow out of that one because I don't even know. I have no education or no information on the things you're talking about. Sorry. I know that's probably a boring and unsatisfying response for me, but you're on a road that I have not ventured. Well, if they're trying to diagnose something and don't have the knowledge, I think that maybe they should have less weight what they say. Okay. But having the knowledge to diagnose something's an individual thing is not contingent on having a degree. And at least for me, regardless of the existence of a degree, I'm going to evaluate the validity of any diagnosis I get. So, for example, and if my family is ever listening to this, they are going to get a big laugh. We had an urgent care near us. And on various occasions, we had to go to the urgent care. Well, I went in for a stomach bug, and I ended up getting tested for appendicitis. My mother, on a separate occasion, went in for a different bug. She was also tested for appendicitis. My sister, on one occasion, went in for a twisted ankle and proceeded to be tested for appendicitis. That person who did this testing was board certified medical practitioner, MD, beside their name. They clearly were talking nonsense. Let's see, Tofu. Our type systems aren't good enough, and dynamic typing allows us to express things currently that we cannot with our existing type system. That's fair. I run into typing limitations with Godot quite often, and it's very annoying. Doesn't mean dynamic is better than static. Oh, completely and totally agree. JavaScript is awful. JavaScript is the worst. Five rare seashells. I only have one. But I will get to work, sir. Yeah, no, I think in general, I prefer static typing. That said, in a statically typed environment, I think it's very, very important to have a lot of options for your types. I've found most people that hate on dynamic have never really tried good dynamic languages. I only tried Python and JavaScript, which are the worst ones. I can safely say that's all I've tried. But in our defense, almost all of the development work that's out there is in Python and JavaScript. But if you tried Clojure, Common Lisp, or Elixir, those are very good dynamic languages. So, what do they do differently in their handling of typing? Like, what is a way in which Python, let's use JavaScript, I'm more familiar with JavaScript. What's a way that JavaScript is bad with its dynamic typing that Clojure is good with it? Like, what's the difference? Wait. JavaScript is weakly typed, whereas Clojure is strongly typed. Okay, help me out here. What does it mean to be a strongly typed, dynamic typed language? What is strong, dynamic strong typing? What does that mean? Because it sounds now that you're just almost like you're describing the ability to cast types. So, wait. Weakly typed means the types don't exist at runtime. So that's not entirely true. As far as the compiler is concerned, the types do exist. It will just dynamically convert between them. Like, the type does exist, it just will convert on the spot between them. So, like, 1 plus 1 becomes a string of 11. Well, in Clojure, how is it dynamic typing then? Because it sounds like you're describing static typing. Let me rephrase. What typing changes dynamically? The compiler does not know the types at file time. Well, that sounds awful. Like, this sounds absolutely worse than even JavaScript, right? Because now you're describing a situation where you won't get compiler errors for type conflicts, but you will get those errors at runtime, right? JavaScript is dynamically... I agree, but it's weakly typed. Basically, in JavaScript, it'll do everything it can to just make it work. Like, it'll make it run, I should say. I have to catch one of the upgraded fish. That's what I need to be. But by the way you're describing strong typing, pairing that with dynamic typing sounds awful. Unexpected behavior is much worse than crashing. Right, but you're describing a language where your compiler won't throw out errors that you will get at runtime. That sounds inherently worse than just about anything I can imagine. Don't look at the advantages of dynamic typing. I mean, the advantage is that you don't have to worry about types. If, like, you can just dynamically convert between types as long as they're compatible, but within statically typed languages, you can also just cast. Like, casting is the reason I don't see a huge distinction between dynamic and static typing. Or sorry, softly and strongly typed. Sorry. I don't know where to even start in a static language. What do you mean? Also, I don't know what a transducer is, but okay. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do this because I don't have an upgraded fish. Oh, or I will be able to. Interesting. Okay. Right. I understand that you're saying you know how to write it in one type of language, not another. I don't know what a transducer is. Transducer and a transducer is a composable high-order reducer. Okay, thank you for that definition. That does not help me. A reducer is a function that takes an accumulation and a value Holds the value into the accumulation. I don't know what that means either. Composable algorithmic transformations. Okay, transformations. I know that word. What does composable mean in this context? Let's just get an example. That'll help me more. Is juicer is a function? Okay. So, concatenate is an example of a reducer, is that correct? Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying one is superior. I mean, as I'm understanding it, you couldn't have concatenation can't be anything but a reducer, right? This likewise that reducer that adds a value to an accumulation. Works for any object that has an add method. Have concat that only accepts two values, I'd argue it's not a reducer. Oh, wait. So is the distinction that the reducer reassigns itself? Is that accurate? Well, no, because that's not the case here. Well, here this is being called a reducer, but it doesn't reassign the value. Right? Like, in this case, the value is being assigned to a new part of the memory. ACC, the accumulation is still allocated in memory in this case. It hasn't been overwritten, right? Right, reducer isn't about memory. What is it? So when they say reuse is the value, making new accumulation. Okay. Likewise, this is a reducer that adds value to accumulation. This reassigns the original. Wait. Every step creates a new. Do you mean accumulation there? Or is accumulator another word I need to know? All I know is I'm starting to develop a headache off of trying to understand this. accumulator is just a value of the current accumulator. Okay. Almost like an iterator. Or an iterant. No, an iteration. That's the word I want. Let me give an example in Clojure? Sure. I might not be able to read it, but sure. Reduce plus array 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What does that function do? Huh? Everything you just said makes no sense. And I hate it. And then no elements left in the list, and the accumulator is returned. So 10 is returned. Okay. Okay, so reducing a set by a given operator iteratively until left with nothing. Got it. Okay. And then whatever happens after that to the new value is irrelevant to whether or not it's a reducer. I'm assuming a transducer is basically the same thing, but it can return a type other than what the accumulation type was. Or accumulator type. Is that correct? Or did I just speak nonsense? So, wait. Why wouldn't you just call those reducers then? Like, I would think any iterable would be able to be reduced, right? Or have I missed something? I'm learning so many big words today. Hey, no worries, man. You've already given me a wonderful headache trying to understand these programming concepts, and that's been awesome. I'm saying that purely as a joke. There is no blame by any means. The stuff isn't taught in uni, by the way. Yeah, so let me give you my favorite thing that is not taught in university or strongly typed languages. Built in. So there is a mechanism within C# and most strongly typed languages to extend built-in types called extension methods. This allows you to construct a method and the compiler will attach it to your built-in type. So like you could create your own function on strings and then use that throughout your code base on any strings that exist. This is my favorite tool that no one knows about. Why no one knows about it? I have no idea, because it's awesome. Basically, you just have a file that says, here's the methods I want strings to have or lists to have, and then suddenly it has it. Stab it with the poison. Ah, this is rough. Uh-oh. Oh no! No! Oh, that's not good. Do this. Item. Phoenix tier. Because I want an egg of one of those pufferfish. Kill. And just buff. Good. Uh-oh. Perfect. 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 Exactly what I needed. So, still needs work. What question do you want to ask today to throw me into the next crazy nonsense? Burn and poison? Yes, poison. Yep. Today we delved into all kinds of crazy stuff about worldviews, philosophy, morality, religion. So strictly meta-analyses of that. Yeah, you will, when it comes to religious topics, you will not find me making any prescriptive claims about the good, on this channel at least, the good or bad of any religion out there. Not the purpose of this channel. And there we go. Please, egg! Give me egg! 4-star. Why does the game hate me? Yeah, the chances of getting the egg I want from that group is very bad. Wait. Cornish? When did I get? I don't know when I got this egg, but I got it. Let's see. Now we're just sort of gaming, so I guess I should update Twitch again. Oh, I'm not Monster Hunter Wilds. Stop it, Twitch. There we go. You had it. And unfortunately, there's not really a good mechanism to update that on the other platforms. I'd love to, but... Oh yeah, what are we gonna name this guy? The Angry Sentient Saddle with Spikes? No. Thornish is a pufferfish, not a plant. Puff Daddy issues, not bad. Sir Pricksworth. Ain't Nemo, no. Blobfather, no. These aren't good. So I might just call it Puff Daddy. I kind of just like Puff Daddy. Blobfather so bad. Yeah. Blobfather would work for the slimes in this game because they're called globs. Rawlish. The aquatic knuckle sandwich. Okay? It at least understands a little bit of what this thing is. The guillotine. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Punchalotl, like an axolotl. Okay. These are getting a little better. I think this is supposed to be like Chef Ramsay. Joseph Stalin? What? Did it really use Stalin? Yes, it did. I kind of like Punchalotl a lot for this. Though I also like one that I just thought of that's awful. I think I might have to go with the awful one. Be ready. Chuck Norfish. I'm so sorry, chat. I am so sorry, chat. Okay, chat, you get to name the crab. What are we naming the crab? You got a reboot for environment variables change? Fair enough. Well, name my crab. Snapper? Snapperazzi. Done. Alright, what abilities do I have access to now? Improve swimming, awesome. Tackle, don't care. Slash, don't care. Should mean, yes, I can go against currents. Awesome. That's not a rare shell. Also, I saw another swimmy boy somewhere. Oh man, being able to just traverse this without worrying about these currents is awesome. Rare seashell, nice. What am I up to on that? 2 more. There's the floaty boy I don't have. And I do still need to level up more. Why you no poison? Okay, at least got a burn out of that. Yeah. Rude. So rude. Please burn. Or poison. Poison, but at least next turn he's gone. That's something. No! Garbage. Total garbage. So what is that status? Why? Okay. Okay, middle guy is gone this turn. Don't need to worry about him. That's fine. Well, at least my buffs are stacking. Something. Nice, 3 burns. Excellent. That means I can do something other than heal this next turn. Oh, he is Dunzo. Nice. Wound? Yes. Burn. Give me all the burn. I'll take 1 burn. That's okay. No. Am I getting the egg? Pretty please? Got a lid egg. Nice. Now what will I name this thing? What do you got for me, ChatGPT? Sydney Opera? Elvis Presley is not awful. Naughty Boy is excellent. That's kind of perfect. I'm done. Okay, where am I headed? Yes, down. Nope, nope, nope. I know where I need to go. Because now I have an improved flyer, I can get that person out of the hole. Dude, the way this thing handles swimming, I'm not a fan. I don't feel safe. Okay, I don't want to catch any of those anymore. There. Hooray! Wait, that was it? How do I reach that spot? Maybe from the other side. Welcome back. One thing I do wish this game would do is once you unlock an improved swimmer, let you use the old swimmers, because it's purely aesthetic at that point. And I find the improved swimmers to just be very ugly. Ice Spark is a pain? Fair. Hooray! We can open the thingy. I already caught you. I don't care to catch another. One rare seashell. Ah. Oriole ring. What? Yeah, I don't care. Ah. Moon sword. Okay. Equipment. You. I'm guessing moon sword is like designed for you. Oh yeah. That thing's a beauty. Actually, shuriken +3 might be better. Depends on where this gets to at +3. Monster can receive additional stack of that stuff. Well, now I'm gonna want that to go deeper into that tree. And I think the rest of the points I'll save. Let's see. Buffs are 20% more effective on this monster. Good. Oh, well, I'm gonna want to go down that tree, for sure. For sure. Receive reduced damage from debuffed enemies. Freeze crit chance, whole party. Obviously, we'll want to go down that tree. Heal effects are increased. Chill can be stacked twice. And this does not have congeal. Dang. Then again, congeal would probably make this guy way too powerful. Do I want Lava Rush or Lava Wave? All enemies, 20% chance to apply Armor Break. Or Defense. Damage reduction. If it's been burned. There we go. That'll work. Oh, wait. This guarantees an application of burn. I don't need that. Shield actions apply 1 charge per shield. Passive shields have a 20% chance to apply 1 charge. Yeah. 25% chance to redirect attacks to this monster. It'll work. Save points. Actually. Oh, that's Shatter, not Congeal. Arrgh! Where's Congeal on some of my monsters? Yep. Where am I going? Well, I certainly can't do that yet. What's up, guys? A champion? Oh my goodness. Oh, we're dueling. Against your level 31s? Garbage. Not sure who I want to focus on. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. That is really not good. Well, at least he attacked the one that was survived. Oh! What is what? What? Chat, I don't know what to do with that. I don't like it. Okay, that's not awful. That's not good. What is with this? Is that congeal damage? It's gotta be, right? Yeah, I have no chance here. That damage is completely and totally absurd. I mean, I am like 6 levels below my enemy right now, but still. Okay, what level are these? Ah! I'm 5 levels below. Yeah, okay. No, I asked for that. I want to burn them. Why will you not let me burn them? Yeah, we're okay. Good. Shock on everyone. That's the main thing I wanted. Burn and poison, burn and poison, burn and poison? Just poison. It's still something. We're good. That should be enough for that guy to be gone this turn. And we got a burn, so that one should go too. Nice. Please give me a burn. Yes. 2 burns. 3 burns. Nice. This is gonna take forever to level up. Because I need 5 levels to really be caught up. See you soon. Stupid environment variables. Actually, let's just get out of here, out of here. That works. And let's see what the store's got. Oh, wait. Yeah, store first. None of that's new. None of that's new. I don't think any of that's new. I think I need to do the rank up trial to get new stuff. But first things first, can we upgrade any of the equipment I got? Yes. $240, that's solid. Lots of fun upgrades. Good. And this trial will be the last thing. Welcome back. Or however many trials I can clear will be the last thing. Let's see. Level 25 should be super easy. Should be. We'll see if that holds up. Okay. I know the Mogwai is scary, so... Oh, I forgot only 2 attacks. Oh, that's not too bad. Mogwai should be gone this turn. Oh yeah, that damage. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Blue Bowser is also scary. Case in point. He gets buffed, that's super dangerous. Uh-oh. That's an alarming number of charges. Okay, that's fine. That's mostly fine. That's... didn't kill anyone. Okay. Stuff's gone, and... what we getting? A decent chunk of damage. Oh, stupid healing, shielding nonsense. I was ready for him to be gone. Ooh. Let's... I'll take it. You are next, cat. Uh-oh. Well, no, that lizard is next. Because I want weakness on him now. Peaceful. If I get a bunch of crits, he dies. I got enough crits. Awesome. As annoying as that shielding is, it isn't actively harmful. Whereas these other guys are actively harmful. Okay. Got it in the bag. Yeah. Honestly, the most comboing I can do is just by healing. Yeah, do this. So many hits. Well, this... no, hello, dodges. But we're good. And sometimes this game just has an obscene number of extra hits and I have no idea why. And done. What level are these? 30. I might be able to handle it. I should really shift my monsters to either light or dark. Right now, they're just not getting much. That's fine. That's also probably good for me. Oh! What? That was obscene. I call all the shenanigans. Yeah, I'm just forfeiting. This is a waste of time at this point. One attack to take out my entire team. That's bad. No. What is this? Infinity Arena. On Trader? Ooh, each attack triggers an additional 8% damage hit. Ooh. Most of these others I have already. It's okay. Can I level up here is the question. Because if I can level here, this isn't a bad place to do this. Oh, and we gain stacks of infinity every turn. Interesting. Do I get experience? Oh. That's interesting. I think I want to get rid of this guy first. No. Shredding my buffs is illegal. I'm sure I passed a law against that. think I'll just let the poison take care of the middle one. Did not do the damage I was expecting. Okay. So it just keeps ramping up until I lose, yes? Because there is no way I'm winning this one, as far as I can tell. Since they've got 11 levels on me, that's silly. Yeah, like, there's obviously no chance. Sir, I think you ramped up a bit too fast. Yeah. Whoa. No experience, though, so doesn't help with the core problem I'm having. Where? Thought I got a gray stone. Oh, it's an accessory. Gray pearl. Defense, attack, magic, health, mana, crit chance. Can I upgrade that bad boy? If yes, a pearl. Pearl. There we go. Two silver needed, but that is an absolutely silly accessory for unshifted monsters, but I don't really want to think about shifting right now. Let's do this. I'll do a save, and if I don't like the results that I get in a second, then I can just Alt F4. Gray Pearl? Yes. It is an accessory that is very, very good, but you can't use it if you shift your monsters. So, for example, I can shift my Chief Executive to either Light Shift or Dark Shift. Light Shift, it gets Supremacy. Whenever an allied monster applies a debuff, it gains 2 charges. Or Mana Conflux. Gain a charge stack for every 75 mana spent by any ally. So the question is... Oh, and the stats are different. So I get a little bit more magic, but a little bit less defense if I go dark. However, on light, This also means that when... Honestly, charge is basically irrelevant. Because unless you have some way to preserve your charges, charge lasts for 1 turn and it's a small damage boost. Now this, equip 2 weapons. Second weapon's values are cut in half. Alternatively, just max health and mana increased by 12%. And pretty sizable boost to attack and magic. Sizable boost to defense. I think I want light shift on this guy, because he has stuff that scales with health and mana. Then again, I could get a sizable health increase from specific weapons. Light shift. Now, Archer. Equip another accessory. Or every action applies an additional damage hit. So every hit has another hit. Every shield has another shield. Every heal has another heal. Every buff has another buff. I think I want Gray Pearl on him. Yeah, I mean, both stats, my dude. Am losing mana regen. All that damage is just too nice. Hey. Oh. Right. But you don't sell silver, which is the main thing I need right now. Air? I missed. Oh, it's another one of these weight mechanisms. I don't have that yet. Ow. Oh! Okay, yeah, Gray Pearl was a good choice. That was awesome. And a tiny bit of experience. Ah, yes. They come here from elsewhere. I'm here from elsewhere. Don't think I can explore the rest of this area yet, but was hoping to get one more level up before stopping. What are you doing here? Sparring match? Sure. What level are your guys? No, your guys are way too scary. Go away. I don't want to fight you anymore. You're a cheater. Okay. I should be able to eliminate one of them. Oh, right, I only get 2 turns because this is a, like, tamer battle, not a regular battle. Okay, that should be enough to take that one out. That is not enough to take that one out. Oh, they shielded. Mistakes were made. I need to remember that shielding, or poison is probably not going to be enough to secure kills anymore. But that is certainly enough. Get rid of these. Oh! What? Oh. Shenanigans. Can I use severe cuts? That's not. I probably should have gotten rid of the cat because those claws are nasty. Unless he focuses on healing. He did not focus on healing. Oh boy. Hey, burn was applied, that's all that matters right now. No! Oh, the cat's gonna kill someone. Or it'll attack the king, in which case it won't kill it. But it won't matter. Yee. Okay. That should be enough. Okay. I guess I'll throw some damage out over here. There we go. Man, for how high level they are, I'm doing pretty okay. Uh-oh. I'm doing less okay. Weakness is awesome to be applied right now. And I did not realize how much I relied on the mana regen from the, what's he called? Warlock. A tiny bit more damage. I win! Now you're gonna give me like 5 level ups to all my monsters, right? No. Scorch egg. So Scorch is, I believe, the Drippy Cat. Yes. Charbroil Cosby? Oh no. Toast Malone? That's not bad. Burt Reynolds? I'm pretty sure they meant to say Burnt Reynolds here. I'm pretty sure that's what AI was meaning to say. Eh. What does it think Scorch is? I think it's a gremlin. Scorch is a handle-styled cat. Waximus Prime. That's not bad. Elton John. Ooh, that's also good. Inferno, don't get that one. Napoleon blown apart. I don't hate it. Waximus Prime. That's what we're doing. That's pretty good. I'll accept it. What does that thing do? Alright, that's it. Lame. Well, I gotta fight those to get past. Very nice. Sweet. Also, these are going to give me a nice level up, right? Ooh. Oh, they're level 30. That explains a lot. Night is not too scary. Earthquake is maybe scary. That's fine. Hey, there we go. Nice. And level up. Oh yeah, here was this fight that I couldn't handle. Should be able to handle it now, I think. Oh, right. Always forget that 2 action first turn thing. Ooh, heavens. I'm very, very dead. Oh yeah, and then this moth comes out and wrecks me. Just you watch. Yep, there we go. Jeez. Have an idea that might get rid of this guy. Maybe. Nope. Unless I'm really lucky right now. Hey! I'll take it! I will take it! Okay, who are we taking out next? Probably the pterodactyl guy. The 6 hits. Yeah. A lot of crits, a lot of crits, a lot of crits. Gimme. Hey, it was enough. That's awesome. The Amori is going to destroy everything, though. Just you watch. Yeah, here we go. how do we take out the Amori this turn? Forge? Forge is my best bet. Did not purge a single thing there. Now, even if I get all my crits, it's not enough. Ooh, that did basically nothing. Okay, here comes the nasty damage. Yep. Okay, that may lead to something. Oh, son of a gun, I double tapped. I can't believe I did that. Well, that just guaranteed a loss. Unless I can pull off some miracle this turn. I guess is technically possible. Theoretically. Well, getting rid of the Amori is good. But I don't see how I'm gonna live through this. Yeah. But I can revive. Well, let's secure this victory then. I think I'm gonna bank on the burns. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, that. Please? Huzzah! Uh-oh. Oh, well, that's rude. Burns, 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 please. Yes. 3 burns. Love to see it. Yarr. Okay, we're having just a revive off. But revived pets or monsters don't get infinity. That's not ideal. Oh, we're done? Yes! Awesome. Goodbye. Yeah, don't feel like doing more fights. We're just gonna look around, and that'll finish out stream. Good. Hmm. Yep, can't do that yet. Yeah. Hooray! Always open. Oh? What'd that do? Not sure I want to fight that. This will be definitely the last thing. We'll take a look. Level 32. I have a very slight chance of success. Very, very slight. But I definitely want it to start with getting shocked. Like, for this to be a success, I need that to happen. How many smoke bombs do I have? Well, 5. Okay. We're okay. There we go. Ooh, and a burn. How? Oh, because I have the... When I apply a status, I have a % chance to apply another status. This is about as good of a start as I can hope for. Bro. Sense, now what are you gonna do? Whoa! Buddy, calm yourself. You're not going to remove any statuses? Okay. Full offense. That's even worse. Okay, so we're in for a slow fight that I will almost certainly not get 5 stars on. Can speed up a little bit by applying more poison. Okay. I can struggle through 3 revives. Wound wouldn't be bad right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's awesome. That is wonderful. Okay, what are we gonna do now? Try to get more wound? Actually, mostly just try to strip those buffs off. And that did not strip enough off. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. No. Well, of the people to take out, that was the best one for me. Ooh, armor break. Okay, if I can get through this next turn, I win. Oh, very scary. Okay. But it's only going to be like 3-star. Yeah. What a shame. Heck. Huh. Card. We're good. Like this because I will forget tomorrow. Ooh. Very nice. And that can be raised higher. Ow. 100 to all stats plus 15% crit chance. That's nutty. Can I buy Crimson? That's extremely solid for a pure physical attacker. Like... this guy, Bojangles. So, I lose a little less than 10% of my damage, but I gain basically a little... in almost 10% of my crit damage. But my crit rate's only 76%, so statistically this is worse. But if I had other sources of attack here, that would offset it. Oh well. Oh, I can boost his health more. Nice. That'll do. Okay. And I'm going to try to get all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. All 72 of these rendered tonight. I think I'm in over my head. Let me do this, just so I have them separated. Let's actually change this output. That's not what I'm looking for. I think that's right. Something seems off. Wait, I don't need to do that. Do that. And it works. Good. And all set to render. Good. Good. Okay, and I'm approaching being able to say this is solved. But not quite there yet. So, chat, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev, and if today's any indication, a lot of other random stuff along with us. Also, extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. And I'll do it. Above all, guys, hope y'all have a wonderful day. Take care, everyone.